revolution going on.
In my opinion, the young generation of white, black, brown, whatever else there is, you're living at a time of extremism, a time of revolution.
What is it revolting against? The power structure. The American power structure? No. The French power structure? No. The English power structure? No. Then what power structure? An international Western power structure.
And I, for one, will join in with anyone, don't care what color you are, as long as you want to change this miserable condition that exists on this earth. And there's got to be a change. People in power have misused it, and now there has to be a change, and a better world has to be built, and the only way it's going to be built is with extreme methods.
So what you and I have got to do is get involved. You and I have to be right there breathing down their throat. Every time they look over their shoulder, we want them to see us.
Once those intentions are made known, we can get to the nitty-gritty of the problem. We can get to the core of the problem. We can get to the root of the problem. And then we can correct the problem.
Meetings can have lasting meaning, and a meeting on Jekyll Island, Georgia 100 years ago this month was an important moment in the evolution of U.S. central banking. That meeting is also the reason for the gathering here today. An important outcome of the 1910 meeting was a proposal for an institution with multiple branches, which became in part the model for the decentralized structure of the Federal Reserve System.
Jekyll Island is located off the coast of the U.S. state of Georgia and is currently run by a self-sustaining, self-governing body. While it is owned by the state of Georgia since 1947, before that, much of its land was privately owned, beginning in the colonial era, with secretive events that took place on the island during the early 20th century being central to today's episode. At the end of November 1910, some of the most influential men in America gathered on Jekyll Island for a secret meeting. Their names were Senator Nelson W. Aldrich, who was the leader of the Republican Party, Adam P. Andrew, who was Assistant Secretary of the U.S. Treasury Department, Frank Arthur Vanderclip, who was President of the National City Bank of New York, Henry P. Davison, who was also a prominent banker, Benjamin Strong, who was another important banker, and Paul Walber, who, you guessed it, was another influential banker. The purpose of the secret meeting was to plan the country's monetary policy and establish a central banking system, which resulted in the draft legislation for what eventually became the creation of the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. Of course, there's a gap there, from when the meeting took place in 1910 and the establishment of the Federal Reserve in 1913, which I'll get into. But first, allow me to briefly define what the Federal Reserve is. Although it has the word federal in it, which by definition implies it has something to do with the central government, in reality, it is the name of a group of private banks owned by private citizens such as the Rothschild banking family that prints currency, then loans this paper currency to the United States on interest. So rather than the US government printing its own currency, backed by gold or silver, as stated in the US Constitution, this legislation made it so, instead, the US borrows paper printed by a group of private bankers that collect interest on every dollar printed, backed by nothing. This ability to print and loan money on interest is what financed both world wars, drowning the nation in debt, and why $1 in 1913 is equal to $25 today.
The Kennedys, a rich, famous, and powerful family. Few other names in history have been associated with hope, glamour, and severe blows of fate as much as the Kennedys. John F. Kennedy moves into the White House in January 1961, and for the first time, politics becomes young, vibrant, and sexy. The dream of a better America ends with his assassination in Dallas on November 22, 1963. John F. Kennedy's untimely death plays a major role in the myth surrounding his name. His presidency, with Jackie Kennedy by his side, will later be compared with Camelot, the mythical castle of King Arthur.
Ladies and gentlemen,
the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. No president should fear public scrutiny of his program, for from that scrutiny comes understanding, and from that understanding comes support or opposition, and both are necessary. I am not asking your newspapers to support an administration, but I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people. For I have complete confidence in the response and dedication of our citizens whenever they are fully informed. I not only could not stifle controversy among your readers, I welcome it. This administration intends to be candid about its errors. For as a wise man once said, an error doesn't become a mistake until you refuse to correct it. We intend to accept full responsibility for our errors, and we expect you to point them out when we miss them. Without debate, without criticism, no administration and no country can succeed, and no republic can survive. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. And that is why our press was protected by the First Amendment, the only business in America specifically protected by the Constitution, not primarily to amuse and entertain, not to emphasize the trivial and the sentimental, not to simply give the public what it wants, but to inform, to arouse, to reflect, to state our dangers and our opportunities, to indicate our crises and our choices, to lead, mold, educate, and sometimes even anger public opinion. This means greater coverage and analysis of international news, for it is no longer far away and foreign, but close at hand and local. It means greater attention to improved understanding of the news, as well as improved transmission. And it means, finally, that government at all levels must meet its obligation to provide you with the fullest possible information outside the narrowest limits of national security. And so it is to the printing press, to the recorder of man's deeds, the keeper of his conscience, the courier of his news, that we look for strength and assistance, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
In the USA, his words appeal to people across all social classes. His signal for a new beginning is received with enthusiasm by the younger generation all around the globe.
He was a figure of promise. He was young. America was in need of something new. He dared to say we could go to the moon. What a wild thought.
The first Jewish settlers migrated to Palestine in the late 1800s after the fall of the Ottoman Empire. Up until this point, this area was a predominantly Muslim territory since the inception of Islam in the 7th century. As historian Eugene Rogan puts it, the single greatest threat to the independence of the Middle East in the 19th century was not the armies of Europe, but its banks. Bled dry by ongoing war in Eastern Europe, the Ottoman Empire fell victim to the banks of Europe and had to file bankruptcy. As a result, European bankers took over the financial affairs of the Ottoman Empire, and it was milked into oblivion. This series of events set the stage for Eastern European and Russian Jews to migrate into Palestine. These settlers were funded by the most influential banking family in Europe, the Rothschilds. This point isn't conspiratorial conjecture. This is the truth. The name Rothschild means red shield, and we will soon come to learn why. At this point in the 1800s, the nation of Israel was only an idea and not an actual place. One of the first ideas of this proposal was put forth by Theodor Herzl, who was considered by many as the founder of Zionism and the spiritual father of the Jewish state. According to the historical narrative, this idea was born out of Herzl witnessing chance death to the Jews after the Dreyfus affair, in which a French Jewish spy was convicted of treason by selling secrets to Germany. This event initiated Herzl's idea for an independent Jewish state. Although some scholars contend with this reason, there seems to be agreement that this idea was rooted in the supposed anti-Semitism experienced by European Jewry. Across Europe at the time, Jews were being accused of everything from rent inflation, illegal taxation, and predatory lending to child sacrifice. This proposed homeland could have originally been placed in Uganda, Africa. Infamously named the Uganda Scheme, in 1903, Theodor Herzl proposed the idea of Uganda as the home state for Euro Jewry. But this idea was rejected by the majority of the Russian Jewish delegates. And it was Russian immigrants who first stepped foot in Palestine under the flag of Zionism and the bankroll of the Rothschilds. Although these so-called Jews had already begun infringing on the land of Palestine, the nation of Israel was far from existence. Yet the biggest break in their pursuits of a homeland came at the expense of innocent people during a false flag and the escalation of events leading to America's participation in World War I. Let's set the stage. World War I, February 1915. The new German U-boats, aka submarine, is about to be revealed to its opponents, which basically included the entirety of Europe, as the Ottoman Empire was Germany Austro-Hungary's only ally. This is a major world event that still reverberates through history today. The corresponding developments of this war led to the creation of the nation of Israel. Germany introduced the U-boat to the extreme detriment of its enemies, and this left the perfect opportunity for the elite banking families of Europe to play both sides of the war and pull off the heist of the century. Germany may have been fighting the entirety of Western Europe and may have been an extreme underdog, but this war was far from a cakewalk for the Allied forces. As Germany faced aggression from all sides and its people on the brink of starvation and annihilation, the Germans retaliated with the newly invented U-boat, and the war was flipped on its head. It wouldn't take long for Germany to gain control of the war after the U-boat hit the water. Within months, the German fleet executed a successful sea campaign of the British Navy and had blockaded the entire island of Great Britain. And now the tables had been turned, and the British were on the brink of starvation and annihilation. A perfect storm of theater, giving an opportunity for the banking families of Europe, especially the Rothschilds, who owned the largest banks in Germany and England, to manipulate the outcome of the war. And if it weren't for the intervention of these banking families, Great Britain may very well be known as North Germany today. As the war raged on and Germany had the British all but defeated, it was the Rothschild family who manipulated a way for the British to save themselves while also extorting Palestine from the land holdings of the British in the Ottoman Empire. The agreement's nature included the participation of America in the outcome of the war. The devious plan included sending the Lusitania, a large merchant passenger ship, into the treacherous waters off the coast of Great Britain, where U-boats were lurking with the intention of initiating conflict. And that's exactly what happened. The Germans sank the Lusitania. This was the single act that brought America into the war, and subsequently the defeat of the Germans. This act was initiated by the merchant families of New York and London. The most influential of all these families, the Rothschilds. This brings us to the infamous year of 1917 and the Balfour Declaration. The declaration was a proposal submitted by the Rothschild family to the British government for the settlement rights to the land of Palestine. This was a secret payoff for the sinking of the Lusitania and America's involvement in the war that almost brought Great Britain to extermination. The British would now relinquish their land holdings in Palestine to the Rothschilds for the creation of a nation for the so-called Jews of Europe. But still, it wouldn't be until over 30 years later that the nation of Israel would officially declare its independence. As all of this is going on, the Russian Revolution is brewing. And just a few months later, the Bolsheviks overthrow the government in Russia. This event ushers in communism, and the Red Scare spread like wildfire through the publications of the time. Quiet is kept. Some scholars estimate that as many as 20 million people were killed as a result of the genocide of the Bolsheviks. But an even greater secret is the true identity of the leaders of Bolshevism. The inception of this party in Russia is a direct result of the losses of finance and life occurred during World War I. Russia was essentially in governmental chaos. Again, presenting another opportunity for the banking families to swoop in and cash in off the chaos. The very same banking families during the complete theater of World War I were fomenting a revolution in Russia with the hopes of taking control of the government under the flag of communism. An essential element of this conflict was the people's disdain for Russia's participation in the war, which of course had been coerced by the Russian nobility in their relationships with German financiers. Indeed, there is a clear link between the birth of communism and the creation of Israel. Without each other, neither would exist. For it was Russian migrants who settled Palestine in the late 1800s, many years before the Lusitania sank to the depths of the Atlantic. And it was Russian Jewry who facilitated the conditions in Russia to foster worldwide support for Zionist settlement in Palestine. The propagation of information is as vital a weapon of war as any, and the Zionists had a stranglehold on the media, and therefore sole control of the information deciphered to the masses. The stories coming from the media of the time painted a false picture to the world of the true accounts of the war. This practice is still in use by the same families who run the media unto this day. (1917) was a critical year in world history. The First World War, which is one of the deadliest conflicts ever recorded, was ending, and the Russian Revolution was beginning. The receipts for this calculated unrest are clearly documented.
Film from 1917 of one of Germany's wildest dreams coming true. Russian troops stopped fighting on the Eastern Front.
It was funny to see our Ivans greeting the Germans. The Germans gave our lads wine and cigars, and they gave the Germans bread. It turned out that one of the Germans had a camera. He told us to stand in a line and took a picture. Later, the photographer asked our lads to come and collect the photos.
Governments worried how to contain war weariness, prevent discontent growing mutinous, stop mutiny becoming revolution. And governments realized that turning this problem on its head offered a startling opportunity. What if unrest could be harnessed, reined in hard in your own country, but spurred on in the enemy's? In Cairo and Dublin, Petrograd and Zurich, the Allies and Germans set agents working to exploit unrest and foment revolution. The glittering prize was to turn a whole people against its masters, taking it out of the war completely. In Russia, the Germans pulled it off, backing the Bolsheviks to hijack a spontaneous revolution. Russia in 1917 was war-weary. Huge losses, poor leadership and corruption, plus the nightmare logistics of a 900-mile front, left our army running on empty.
I don't know whether Russia's dream of destroying Germany will ever come true. Probably not. We have nothing to fight with. No rifles, no mortars, no explosives, no boots, no overcoats. Nothing.
But incredibly, Russia's army held the line. It was the home front that cracked first. Petrograd, now St. Petersburg, Russia's capital and industrial powerhouse, seethed with discontent. Its factories were swollen with workers, with little to eat and cramped housing. A demonstration on the 8th of March 1917 began peacefully.
It was a glorious sunny frosty day, and all the people were in an excellent mood. They were singing the Marseillaise and asking for bread.
But the Tsar ordered the protests crushed. On Znamenskaya Square, in the heart of Petrograd, the killing began. Sergeant Sergei Kapitchnikov was there.
The ensign ordered the bugler to play 3 signals. Then he commanded, "Rifles, ready, aim, fire." Everybody scattered. One man was down. A woman fell.
Over 50 civilians were shot dead. The massacre forced Petrograd's soldiers to choose whom to defend, the people or the Tsar. Back in barracks, Sergei Kapitchnikov spoke to his comrades.
It would be better to die with honor than obey any further orders to shoot into the crowds. Our fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers and brides are begging for bread. Are we going to kill them?
They shot their duty officer dead and poured onto the streets, joining other mutineers and workers. British journalist Arthur Ransom cabled his office in London.
About 200 persons killed. Stop. Local police chief lying dead. Stop. Revolution definitely begun.
Karl Marx is widely considered to be the father of communism. His Communist Manifesto of 1848 then called for the overthrow of governments and revolutions across the world. Karl Marx was from an extremely prominent Jewish family, based in Trier, Mainz, Germany. His grandfather, a well-respected rabbi, his father practiced law in one of the oldest Sephardic communities in Europe. His mother was also from a wealthy family out of the Netherlands, who still control billions through their enterprises through companies like Philips. In his early career, after dabbling in Hegelianism, Marx began writing for newspapers throughout Germany, becoming the nation's leading propagandist by the mid-1840s. While writing for the Rhineland News, Marx called for a working-class revolution and began planting the seeds for communism by openly speculating about the future of Russia. His publication was banned by Tsar Nicholas. This contention between the Tsar and the communists would echo in its final moments, because it would be the Bolshevik communists who would murder him and his family in July of 1918. And communism was an entirely Jewish operation from its inception with Karl Marx to its climax in 1917 with the October Revolution. Vladimir Lenin, born Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, had changed his name to conceal his Jewish identity. This would be important in order for Lenin to carry out successful campaigns of anti-Semitism. The people could know that Lenin's brother Alexander Ulyanov was executed 30 years earlier for his assassination attempt on Tsar Alexander in 1886 as a member of a terrorist group called the People's Will Party. This conflict had been brewing even before Lenin's terrorist brother tried to assassinate the Tsar, with a string of assassinations going back at least a century with the hanging of Gregory V of Constantinople. His body left hanging in the gate for 2 days and afterwards dragged through the street by a group of Jews who were later executed for conspiracy with the Turks. Tsar Nicholas was murdered by the Bolsheviks in 1918. The events of the past century had clearly indicated a campaign of destabilization in Russia propagated by a Jewish contingency population out of Germany. The Jews of Germany worked to eliminate the Pale of Settlement, which was a designated Jewish area north of the Black Sea, created by the Tsar as a partition for the Jews after Russia had gained lands in the Russo-Turkish War. A newly strengthened Russia partitioned land and resources previously held by one of the most prominent Jewish families in Europe, the Habsburg family. Claiming this hostile territory would prove difficult to maintain for the Tsar. The majority of the population in this area was Jewish. These Jews were confederate with the Turks, who had just been defeated. This hostile population was restricted from certain communities in Russia. Although no other restrictions were placed anywhere else, these newly partitioned people could not participate in Russian society without a standard education and acknowledged citizenship. The Pale officially ended with the Bolsheviks in 1917. The leaders of communism were Russian Jews who hid their identity and posed as revolutionaries, yet, even more deceptively, anti-Semites. Leon Trotsky was born Lev Davidovich Bronstein. He changed his name to conceal his identity. Born into a wealthy Jewish family, he used his family's wealth and resources to create the image of a man who supported working-class people. In the end, he would be responsible for the deaths of millions of working-class people. The Russian Revolution is stated to be responsible for over 4 times as many deaths as the mythical 6 million number. Even Stalin changed his name to conceal his Jewish identity. Once again, this is not conspiratorial conjecture. The leaders of communism purposely changed their surnames to Slavic titles for the purposes of concealing their identity to propagandize anti-Semitism. The rise of communism was a well-orchestrated worldwide campaign of fear and disinformation that set the stage for the more deceptive propaganda in the years to come during World War II.
Before the first record of any concentration camp, even before the year 1917, the London Times, the New York Times, and other associated publications affirmed over 100 times that 6 million Jews in Russia face a Holocaust. But no mention of any anti-Semitism in Germany. In fact, the Jewish population of Germany has never been anywhere close to 6 million. But we are all familiar with this falsely conceived number. Several reliable sources of the time, including the Almanac, count the Jewish population during the 1930s around 500,000 people. and even according to the Jewish Telegraphic Agency in 1937, records 135,000 people as 1/3 of the population of Jewry in Germany. This means that the collective hierarchy of mainstream media is responsible for the propagation of misinformation to the entire world during some of the most significant moments in world history. The responsible media outlets all had Zionist foundations, from the AP to Reuters to the New York Times to the London Times. And many more so-called news outlets are complicit in this deception. By the beginning of World War II, this 6 million number was being quoted again by the media, but now it was being applied to the Jews in Germany, who were now supposedly facing extermination in concentration camps. Imperatively highlighted, at no point during this time the Jewish population has ever reached 1 million, much less 6 million. According to the 1926 Almanac, the Jewish population in Germany was 615,000 people. And less than a decade later, that population had dropped by over 100,000 people, as recorded by the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. According to the same almanac, the Jewish population in Poland was 3 million, which means less than 4 million total Jews inhabited the entirety of Germany and Poland. The media had clearly manipulated public opinion with false information. Starting with the population quotes of Jews living in Russia during the First World War, 6 million was also an inflated number. From the beginning, this number was an estimation of Jews in as many as 18 countries. Over time, this reference of 6 million would gradually amalgamate itself into different countries. Russia became Eastern Europe, Eastern Europe became Central Europe, and eventually Central Europe became Germany and Poland. But the media played on the fact that not only did the average person have no basic geographical knowledge about Europe, even if they did, the borders of all these countries changed several times from 1917 to 1945. A similar fluctuation to exactly where these 6 million people were actually located. The papers would continue to play slick and loose with vital statistics while continuing to push false rhetoric to the public. The Jewish-funded and operated Bolshevik communists had perpetuated the conditions for destabilization, and the media was using the adjacent fallout from communism to falsify the numbers of these supposed people under threat. Paper after paper would promote exaggerated accounts of anti-Semitism that supposedly had recently taken over Eastern Europe. What the papers didn't write is that the leading Jewish families from Eastern and Western Europe had facilitated all of this supposed anti-Semitism. Even all of the top communist leaders in Russia had deceived the public with pseudo-surnames, which meant the Jews were playing both sides, the perpetrator and the victim, using their violently installed puppet politicians to foster chaos in order to ratchet up support for the settlement of Palestine through false reports of anti-Semitism. One of the most important overlooked details during this time is the typhus epidemic. In Russia and Poland alone, it was reported that over 4 million people died as a result of this disease.
We're told that little things are sent to try us. Perhaps one of the most trying is an apparently friendly little creature who clings to us like a brother, only more so. He's a most irritating chap, as you'll find if he happens to run across you. Still, we can avoid him if we know his favourite haunts. Let's take a peep behind the seams at one of them. Here he is in all his glory with several friends and relations. They have a number of aliases. Chats is one, Cooties another, but Seam Squirrels is the best, as any old soldier can tell you, for one of their favourite hideouts is in the seams of clothes. However, we are going to call them by their official name, lice. Their favourite game is Happy Families, as you'll see if you examine a shirt where they're entrenched. You'll probably find that each corner has been used as a nest, and egg production is in full swing. Under the microscope, the eggs appear like grains of rice. The louse lays these on mass production lines. They hatch out very quickly, the warmth of your body acting as an incubator and saving the mother from any further responsibility. Once out, the youngsters are full of life, eager to take a stroll in this grand new world. The seams of vests, pants and shirts are the highways of the lice family. It'd be bad enough if they'd only keep still, but they won't. And because they won't, you can't. So it's scratch, scratch, scratch all day. Here they are on the human body, which supplies them with warmth and food, without which they must pine away and die. Hardly a thing of beauty, is he? All the same, you'd hardly believe that this small beast is capable of killing grown men, but it does, by means of these diseases: septic skin infection, relapsing fever, typhus, trench fever. Septic skin infections. The intense irritation caused by the bite of a louse naturally makes you scratch. Septic inflammation of the skin may easily follow, leading to pimples, boils, and even widespread blood poisoning. Relapsing fever. Typhus and trench fever. These diseases are transmitted through the droppings of infected lice. These little pellets, left on underwear or on the skin itself, may get rubbed or scratched into a man's skin, so that he in turn develops the disease. The pellets may be a direct gift from the louse, they may have been left in a borrowed shirt, or they may even be blown about in the dust. History is full of disasters to great armies in the field caused by this tiny beast. For instance, lice killed them. Lice spread typhus amongst these. Lice, not bullets, caused their death. Lice murdered them. Typhus, spread by lice, destroyed 500,000, and with it always went relapsing fever. Trench fever, spread from man to man by lice. Endless suffering, needless waste of manpower, all brought about by this small murderer alone.
Many so-called Holocaust pictures were actually typhus patients who had been quarantined from the public. Typhus was a major problem throughout Eastern European areas from 1914 to 1945. The propagation of misinformation by the media had one clear objective: the settlement of Palestine. Immigration to Palestine skyrocketed from 1933 to 1948, and especially after Adolf Hitler signed the Havara Agreement, which allowed for funded immigration and financial support to relocate for the Jews of Germany. Many Jews sought this opportunity at a Palestinian manifest destiny, but the decrease in Jewry due to this agreement again was used as false anti-Semitic propaganda. Publications saying the exodus and dwindling population was a direct result of anti-Semitism when it was anything but. Months before the Lusitania sank, the British military created its first exclusively Jewish legion in preparation for the events to come. This unit was used exclusively in the Ottoman conflicts that facilitated to the fall of the empire. The Jewish battalion was officially announced in August 1917, just 2 months before the Balfour Declaration. A few weeks later, this Jewish battalion had feet on ground in Palestine. This Jewish legion was headed by Zeev Jabotinsky, a Russian Zionist and co-founder of the Union for Rights and Equality in Russia. Indeed, a Russian propagandist was the head of the British military's Jewish battalion. Jabotinsky is well known for being one of the fathers of terrorism. His right-winged terror cell, Irgun, is still in operation today. It became the IDF, the official military of Israel.
Palestine was not very much longer meant to be the province of the Ottoman Empire. The arrival of the German Kaiser, William II, on the shore of the Bosphorus. He regards himself as a protector of the Germans living in Palestine. Here he's wearing Turkish uniform, whilst on an inspection tour of the military forces of his Turkish ally in autumn 1917. But English units are capturing southern Palestine. Very soon, German and Turkish soldiers will be taken prisoner by Indian units of the British Army. Jerusalem is captured by the British Army without fighting. English and Australian soldiers enter the city on the street which was built for the visit of the German Kaiser in 1898. General Allenby, on foot as a sign of humility towards the Holy City, marches his troops into Jerusalem through the Jaffa Gate on the 11th of December 1917. From the steps of the citadel, he announces that every sacred building will be maintained and protected. His proclamation is published in English, French, Italian, Arabic, and Hebrew. At the reception, Christian clerical ministers are predominant, although 2/3 of the population are already Jewish. The conquerors feel like tourists, enjoying the beauty of the city. Emir Faisal, about to become king of Syria, welcomes Colonel T.E. Lawrence, legendary figure of the anti-Turkish Arab revolt. Lawrence arranges contacts with Faisal and Chaim Weizmann, chairman of the Zionist Commission. After the Balfour Declaration in London, the Zionist Commission, initiated by the British government, arrives in Palestine in April 1918. The scope of the commission is to coordinate Zionist work in Palestine, to organize the Jewish population, and to found a Jewish university. Chaim Weizmann said, "We Jews intend to live in peace with the Arabs. We don't intend to come to Palestine as conquerors, but as a people which returns to its homeland."
Now, with military presence becoming more established due to the swell of so-called Jewish immigrants, these people had acquired enough resources to strong-arm the land from the native Palestinians. The UN proposal to partition the land amongst Arabs and Zionists was rejected by Arab leaders who saw this as a scheme to steal more land. In 1948, Israel made their official Declaration of Independence, although they had no such authority. Since the 1930s, immigrating Jews from Europe had begun infringing on occupied lands, and the local population had grown increasingly hostile. The Jewish plan for settlement was simple: transfer all Arabs out to other countries and establish Israel. The British mandate ended in chaos and sparked retaliation from the local Arab population, launching the Arab-Israeli War. It would take less than a year of fighting for the Israelis to gain control of the majority of the land. The Arab Palestinians who remained on the land were expelled at gunpoint. It's estimated that over 700,000 Arabs were tyrannized away from their homes by violent Israeli combatants. Zionist publications were promoting the story that the Arab population was told to evacuate their land by their leaders. For over 30 years, the Israeli government suppressed its archives pertaining to this conflict and revoked access to anyone requesting documents. The archives were finally notarized by the public in 1985. The released archives highlight an extensive campaign of military aggression on civilians, Israeli terrorism, and an ongoing operation of psychological warfare for the purpose of intimidation. In June 1964, the PLO was founded. Its goal was the liberation of Palestine and the right to self-determine. Tensions would remain high between the Israelis and the occupied Arabs, culminating in a series of scuffles leading up to the Six-Day War in 1967.
Russia breaks diplomatic relations with Israel and threatens sanctions. Israeli Ambassador Gideon Raphael answers the truce violation charges, saying that his nation's troop and tank movements occurred before the ceasefire went into effect. Israeli government officers announced their victory wipes out previous armistice agreements and frontiers. And that victory is a swift, smashing, and total one, as crack Air Force, infantry, artillery, and tank corps combine to sweep across the Sinai Peninsula to the Suez Canal, east into Jordan, north into Syria. Thousands of prisoners are taken, while Jordan announces she lost 15,000 troops in the sudden and devastating campaign.
On June 5th, 1967, Israel attacked Egypt. Egypt had been blocking shipping access to Israeli ships through the Straits of Tiran. This act was considered a declaration of war, according to the Israelis. So they launched a military campaign by conducting airstrikes against Egyptian airfields. At the time, Israel had claimed that Egypt had attacked them preemptively. After an investigation of events determined that the Jews were lying about the attack, the UN passed Resolution 242 that called for Israel to withdraw from territories occupied in the recent conflict, as well as an end to all claims or states of belligerency and respect for the sovereignty of every state in the area and their right to live in peace, free from threats of force. The Egyptians had been blindsided by the Israeli airstrikes, effectively annihilating their entire air force in one fell swoop, bequeathing sky supremacy in the Middle East to the Israelis. Simultaneously, Israel launched a ground attack on the people of Gaza and the Sinai Peninsula. Over 20,000 had been killed by the Jews of occupation, mainly Egyptians, and many more from other countries, such as Syria, Iraq, and Jordan. Israel took its sweet time withdrawing their forces from the lands taken under false premise, which had been determined by the United Nations. The Camp David Accords was a secret negotiation between Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, in the presence and provision of Jimmy Carter. Egypt and Israel signed a peace treaty as a result of the accords in March 1979. Although the contention between Israel and Egypt was somewhat resolved, this still left the major Palestinian problem. Not only this, but the Egyptians had alienated themselves from their Arab allies, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan. The discontent behind Anwar Sadat's decision to negotiate and come to agreeable terms with the Zionists without the cooperation of any other Arab nations would ultimately end with his assassination in October of 1981.
Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. Let me read from page 215 of your book. A system of apartheid with two peoples occupying the same land but completely separated from each other, with Israelis totally dominant and suppressing violence by depriving Palestinians of their basic human rights. This is the policy now being followed. And last Sunday, you told the Louisville Journal, I would say that in many ways the treatment of the Palestinians by the Israeli occupying forces is as onerous, and in some cases more onerous, as the treatment of black people in South Africa by the apartheid government. Those are very strong words.
They're exactly accurate. And I think I should point out quickly that the book refers to Palestine and not to Israel. And I also make clear in the book that the apartheid that is perpetrated now on the Palestinians in the occupied territories is not based on racism. It's based on the desire by a minority of Israelis for Palestinian land. And in the acquisition of that land, the occupation, the confiscation, and then the colonization of that land, they are perpetuating an absolute and total division between the Israelis living on Palestinian territory and the right of Palestinians to interrelate with any Israelis who are occupying their own land. So that word is accurate for what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians on Palestinian territory. The Arabs that live in the occupied territories, which is not Israel's territory, but their own, are horribly abused. And I don't think anyone could go to the West Bank and Gaza or even to East Jerusalem and see what's happening now to the Palestinians that would disagree with my use of the word apartheid.
As I read your book, this struck me, particularly from someone in political life. You wrote the following: there are constant and vehement political and media debates in Israel concerning its policies in the West Bank, but because of powerful political, economic, and religious forces in the United States, Israeli government decisions are rarely questioned or condemned. Voices from Jerusalem dominate in our media, and most American citizens are unaware of circumstances in the occupied territories. And then you went on to say, there's no doubt there is a strong aversion to criticizing Israel in this country. I wouldn't say it's all because of intimidation, but that is one factor.
Yes. Do you disagree with that? Well, I won't ask you that. You're the one asking questions. But I don't think anyone could disagree with that. There are very few, if any, voices in the political realm of Washington or in the major news media who would raise the kind of issues that are raised in this book.
Why?
I have said in the book, I don't know if it's intimidation or just reticence. There are some factors that are involved even in the religious circles, but it's almost completely unacceptable in this country for any public official to criticize the policies of Israel, even if they are horribly abusive against the Palestinians and violate human rights.
This is in effect taking on the, quote, Israeli lobby or the Jewish lobby.
That's part. The Jewish lobby may be part of it. I didn't say that in the book, but I think that's part of it. But even, I don't think that the Washington Post or the New York Times or NBC or others are intimidated by the Jewish lobby. But I think there's a reticence, even in public fora, to describe both sides of the issues in the West Bank.
That the country will be bankrupt. This condition of great debt has placed America at the mercy of those to whom she is indebted. On page 47 of this same book, They Dare Call It Conspiracy, by Gary Allen and Mr. Abraham, it reads, listen, quote, since the keystone of the international banking empire has been government bonds. It has been in the interest of these international bankers to encourage government debt. The higher the debt, the more the interest. And nothing drives governments into debt like a war. And it has not been an uncommon practice among international bankers to finance both sides of the bloodiest military conflicts. For example, during the Civil War, the American North was financed by Rothschild through their American agent, August Belmont. And the American South was financed through the Erlangers, who were Rothschild's relatives. But while wars and revolutions have been used by international bankers in gaining or increasing control over governments, the key to such control has always been control of money. You can control a government if you have that government in your debt. A creditor is in a position to demand the privileges of monopoly from the sovereign. Oh man, this is heavy stuff. Governments that are seeking money have granted monopolies in state banking, natural resources, oil concessions, and transportation to the bankers. However, the monopoly which the international financiers most covet is to gain control over a nation's money. Eventually, these international bankers actually owned as private corporations the central bank of various European nations. The Bank of England, the Bank of France, the Bank of Germany were not owned by their respective governments, as almost everyone imagined. They were privately owned monopolies granted by the head of state, usually in return for loans. Under this system, observed Reginald McKenna, president of the Midlands Bank of England, he said, quote, "Those that create and issue the money and credit direct the policies of government and hold in their hands the destiny of the people." Now, most of you think, most Americans think, that the Federal Reserve banking system is owned by the federal government as the representatives of the American people. But the Federal Reserve Bank is a privately owned banking institution. On page 59 of this same book, it reads, "The Federal Reserve controls our money supply and interest rates and thereby manipulates the entire economy, creating inflation or deflation, recession or boom, sending the stock market up or down at whim. The Federal Reserve is so powerful that the former Congressman Wright Patman, who was the former chairman of the House Banking Committee, said, in the United States, we have in effect two governments. We have the duly constituted government, then we have an independent, uncontrolled, uncoordinated government in the Federal Reserve System operating the money powers which are reserved to Congress by the Constitution. Neither presidents, nor congressmen, nor secretaries of the Treasury direct the Federal Reserve. In the matters of money, the Federal Reserve directs them." This was written about 30 years ago. Well, is it so today? Recently, the chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, Mr. Alan Greenspan, came before Congress to hint to the Congress that the Fed would raise interest rates again. So for the 7th time in a year interest rates have been raised. The chairman of the board of General Motors and Ford is now seeking an audience with Mr. Greenspan to plead with him not to raise the interest rates any further. And if Mr. Greenspan agrees, this will be the first time, according to what we have read, that the Federal Reserve has agreed to sit down directly with the heads of business. The Federal Reserve sits down with the heads of government. Why would business plead to the Federal Reserve not to raise interest rates? Why couldn't Congress order the Federal Reserve not to raise the interest rates? If you watch Congress, when they deal with Mr. Greenspan, they don't play with him, because Mr. Greenspan is the representative of a shadow government that literally dictates the monetary policies of this nation. Now, do you remember a few weeks ago when the Mexican peso was in trouble? Against the wishes of the American people and the Congress, President Clinton ordered $20 billion of the American taxpayers' money to be used to bail out the peso. But who was President Clinton helping? Was he acting on his own? Or was he being directed by powerful forces that the American people don't know anything about? According to what we have read, the bailout don't save the common Mexican peasant. The bailout doesn't save the poor businessman of Mexico. It saves the international bankers who have invested heavily in Mexico. Who ordered the bailout? Go ahead. Since the president is supposed to act on the will of the American people, and the American people said no, and the Congress said no, who told Clinton you better do it? You know, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us that the Prime Minister of England may appear to be the leader, but he goes back behind the door to unseen forces that direct his motion. And believe it or not, so it is with the American president. The American people feel that voting for the president is voting for the man who has supreme power to direct the course of this nation for the next 4 years. But there's another power in America called the Federal Reserve that is a power unto themselves. How did the control of the federal banking system come into private control against the wishes of the founding fathers of the nation? And what was written in the Constitution, and what was the purpose of that? Have you noticed how politicians bow to people with money? Well, what makes you think that your vote counts? It is money that buys political influence and oftentimes political elections. It is money, special interests that dictate in a large measure the vote of politicians in city council, in state legislature, and in the federal government of the United States. It is the big international bankers who are in control of many of the world's governments. But how did this happen to America? The financial woes of this country produce a ripple effect throughout the earth. The financial woes of America are causing the undoing of the social fabric of this nation. The people are grossly dissatisfied with the politics and the politicians of America. The people are wondering how the president and the Congress could loan money to other governments and give money away with the infrastructure of this nation crumbling and the debt is spiraling. How could America give away money when the country is in need? There are millions of homeless people living under bridges. Brothers and sisters, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in saying that when America went off the gold and silver standard, her financial doom was sealed, this is a very big statement, because the financial doom of a nation brings down its government. When Germany lost the value of the German mark, the government went down right behind it. Whoever and for whatever reason America was taken away from the gold and silver standard that made her financial doom something that is bound to happen, then those same traitors are responsible for ultimately bringing about the ruin of the government of the United States. Now, let's close. Don't move, don't move. Did you? Rothschild claimed to be Jewish. Not the nationality of a Jew, but Jew in terms of belief in God and a follower of divine revelation. But was Mr. Rothschild a moral man? Here's a man that had 5 sons, and he sent his 5 sons into 5 countries. 1 son went to England, 1 son to France, 1 to Austria, 1 to Italy, and another remained in Germany with the father. And from these sons and the money that these sons had, they worked and maneuvered and manipulated until they gained control of the central banks of England, France, Austria, Italy, and Germany. The control of these central banks went into the hands of individuals whose interests were not necessarily in harmony with the best interests of that nation. These privately owned central banks became the printer of the money and the extenders of credit of that particular nation. So government and politics, I wish the politicians didn't have to go. I wish the politicians didn't have to go. But I understand you're very busy. Government and politics in Europe was always controlled by the money interests. Wars were fought, and in order to fight a war, governments had to borrow money. They borrowed money from these central banks. The central banks waxed rich because they loaned money and charged interest, then took over when one side prevails against the other. And when governments could not satisfy the indebtedness, then some of the natural wealth of that country flowed to the bankers. They would loan money to both sides in the conflict because they really didn't care who won or who lost. I mean, it's hurtful, but a Jew, Rothschild, loaned money to Adolf Hitler. A Jew, Rothschild. God damn it, you better not open your mouth to call me no anti-Semite.
The First Intifada was a continuous river of Palestinian protests opposing Israeli occupation and treatment of civilians by the IDF. These violations included shootings, killings, beatings, home demolitions, invasions, and imprisonment without trial. With tensions on 1,000, a series of events would conclude with disproportionate loss on the Palestinian end. The IDF deployed 80,000 troops to engage all Palestinians, indiscriminately killing children while also killing nearly 2,000 Palestinians in total. The Zionists suffered less than 100 deaths over this period. The Zionist Jews had tanks and the Palestinians had rocks. In no way were the Palestinians equipped to defend themselves. And the Israelis retained a stranglehold over the land, dominating the Palestinian will for sovereignty. In 1995, as a stipulation of the Oslo Accords, Israel agreed to withdraw its forces from Gaza and the West Bank and declare the rights of Palestinians to self-govern. This, in record, was presented as a 5-year transition plan that never came to fruition.
I am without words. I just don't understand it.
Israel's Army Command has repeatedly stressed the limited circumstances where beatings can be used. But on the ground, there is powerful evidence that beatings are being deployed as a form of summary military justice long after a disturbance has been quelled. These troops were anxious not to be filmed in the courtyard of a Palestinian home. On this occasion, no beatings occurred, no tear gas canister was fired. But in many of the most troublesome areas, there seems to be a pattern of follow-up raids. Ambulances can afford to keep close to army patrols when wrongdoers are being sought out.
What we're seeing now is a minor disturbance, very quickly controlled by the Israelis, and then a punishment of the camp or the village for the temerity of creating a disturbance.
As a former British Army officer, Bernard Mills has brought a professional judgment to bear on what the Israelis are doing in the camps. It's at night, often under curfew, when some of the worst excesses are committed. On one morning after, Mills says that a UN medical team treated 80 Palestinians with beating injuries. An additional 15 were sent to hospital with broken bones.
They come to people's homes, they go into the homes, and they beat the people inside the houses. The only time they're allowed to go in to houses under curfew is when they are going to arrest known inciters. But the vast bulk of the cases that we have had, there has been no arrest. They have gone in, they have beaten up the young people, often the entire family, if the parents and sisters had the temerity to intervene on behalf of the young people.
In 2000, Israeli Prime Minister Barak and Palestinian Chairman Yasser Arafat met at another Camp David summit, but this time under the presidency of Bill Clinton. Negotiations were unsuccessful, mainly because Israel would not honor the prior agreements made during peace talks, and also they denied Palestinians the right of return. This breakdown would lead to more protests. From 2000 to 2005, the Palestinian death toll reached over 3,300, and the Israeli less than 1,000. This resulted in a barrier wall being erected in the West Bank and Gaza, and Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. These barriers were constructed to restrict the movement of Palestinians throughout the country, similar to how the so-called Jews were restricted within the Pale of Settlement over a century prior in Eastern Europe. Many people think this is a war that is thousands of years old. It is not. This conflict was initiated by the first Russian Jewish settlers in the late 1800s, who were bankrolled by the Rothschild family. Indeed, the Zionists' historical or even biblical claim is not in agreement with factual history or based in sound statehood. Even their biblical claim falls short of literary scriptural credibility, as the borders listed in Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers do not geographically fit the area known today as Israel, and any comprehensive understanding of the text testifies that the land that has been claimed as Holy Land to the Zionists is in reality desolate and uninhabited, according to the book of their faith. The cedars in so-called Lebanon should be the tallest on earth, but they aren't even close, therefore making the association invalid. In truth, this version of Israel began with Russian immigration and a land purchase. And over the next half century, waves of immigrants from all over Europe increased the population exponentially, essentially strong-arming generationally inherited land from the native Arab population. These people had been inhabiting the territory for over 1,300 years.
What this map tries to show is in the green, dark green and light green, which are areas A and B, how the Palestinian areas are so carved up into little tiny enclaves. That this is, in a sense, what the Palestinian state would be.
This is certainly not liberation. This is not autonomy. This is not dignity. And of course, the issue of Jerusalem was not clear. And what about the refugees? In Gaza, 80% of the population of Gaza are refugees living in refugee camps. They are not from Gaza. Their homes, their land is from Israel, what is known as Israel today. In the West Bank, there are hundreds and thousands of Palestinian refugees. So if you were going to make a Palestinian state in Gaza, that may liberate the Palestinians who are originally from Gaza, if they got rid of the occupation, but the refugees from Gaza stay in the camps. Plus, the refugees who are living inside Israel, there are about 600,000 Palestinian citizens of Israel today who are what we call internally displaced refugees. They're living in Israeli cities because they were thrown off their lands in what are now probably kibbutzim. So all those issues were just thrown away. And of course the prisoner issue, there was no guarantee of release. And the prisoner issue touches every Palestinian. Almost every Palestinian family has had a family member in prison.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before.
The chief of staff for President Obama is an old friend of mine and my husband's, and was in the White House when Bill was there. And he said, never waste a good crisis. And when it comes to the economic crisis, don't waste it when it can have a very positive impact on climate change and energy security.
We have Jerome Powell coming to the people about CBDCs. We know CBDCs are illegal, guys, but just like the Federal Reserve, with CBDCs, we'll have Federal Reserve 2.0 on blockchain. And we know JP Morgan is working on it now. With the CBDC, it gives the IMF total control. And we know that's what China wants because it's the rise of the dragon and the fall of America to Babylon. We know with these digital currencies, they have total control. All your privacy is out the window. Total control over the whole globe. We are definitely in the final stages of the New World Order. Wake your friends and family up. Because what's going to happen is that this time, yes, they're going to get free money. But that free money, like David said, from R3 is only going to last 60 to 90 days, and then poof, it's gone. Because we know, when it comes to the New World Order, it's all planned.
The failure to prepare could allow the next epidemic to be dramatically more devastating than Ebola. The nature of the virus. Ebola does not spread through the air. And by the time you're contagious, most people are so sick that they're bedridden. Third, it didn't get into many urban areas, and that was just luck. If it had gotten into a lot more urban areas, the case numbers would have been much larger. So next time we might not be so lucky. You can have a virus where people feel well enough while they're infectious that they get on a plane or they go to a market. The source of the virus could be a natural epidemic like Ebola, or it could be bioterrorism. And so there are things that would literally make things 1,000 times worse. In fact, let's look at a model of a virus spread through the air like the Spanish flu back in 1918. So here's what would happen. It would spread throughout the world very, very quickly. And you can see there's over 30 million people die from that epidemic. So this is a serious problem. We need to meet a new constraint. And that constraint has to do with CO2. CO2 is warming the planet. And the equation on CO2 is actually a very straightforward one. If you sum up the CO2 that gets emitted, that leads to a temperature increase. And that temperature increase leads to some very negative effects. The effects on the weather, perhaps worse, the indirect effects in that the natural ecosystems can't adjust to these rapid changes, and so you get ecosystem collapses. Now, the exact amount of how you map from a certain increase in of CO2 to what temperature will be and where the positive feedbacks are, there's some uncertainty there, but not very much. And there's certainly uncertainty about how bad those effects will be, but they will be extremely bad. I asked the top scientists on this several times, do we really have to get down to near zero? Can't we just, cut it in half or a quarter? And the answer is that until we get near to zero, the temperature will continue to rise. And so that's a big challenge. It's very different than saying, we're a 12-foot high truck trying to get under a 10-foot bridge and we can just sort of squeeze under. This is something that has to get to zero. Now, we put out a lot of carbon dioxide every year, over 26 billion tons. For each American, it's about 20 tons. For people in poor countries, it's less than 1 ton. It's an average about 5 tons for everyone on the planet. And somehow we have to make changes that will bring that down to zero. It's been constantly going up. It's only various economic changes that have even flattened it at all. So we have to go from rapidly rising to falling and falling all the way to zero. This equation has 4 factors, a little bit of multiplication. So you've got a thing on the left, CO2, that you want to get to zero. And that's going to be based on the number of people, the services each person's using on average, the energy on average for each service, and the CO2 being put out per unit of energy. So let's look at each one of these and see how we can get this down to zero. Probably one of these numbers is going to have to get pretty near to zero. That's back from high school algebra. But let's take a look. First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, health care, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
No, I don't think it should be mandatory. I wouldn't demand to be mandatory, but I would do everything in my power, just like I don't think masks have to be made mandatory nationwide. I'll do everything in my power as the President of the United States to encourage people to do the right thing, and when they do it, demonstrate that it matters.
With the cryptocurrency, I'm talking about the cult, is to turn it into a one world currency, because that's complete control. No one can do anything unless they know about it. And of course, once all money is electronic, they can wipe it out when they like. So if I had to choose between the two, I'd go for cash, even though they want to get rid of cash. And why do they want to get rid of cash? Because cash is private, whereas everything else is not. That's why they want to get rid of cash. If you don't see what's going on and refuse to cooperate with it, by very little time from now, you, your kids and grandkids are going to be living in a global fascist dictatorship of total 24-hour surveillance control. If you don't want that to happen, get off your frickin'.
Most intelligent people might think that this system is not only unconstitutional, but is unwise, resembling a Ponzi scheme, and designed to make a small group of bankers extremely wealthy at the expense of the working middle class, which gets stuck with inflation and debt. You might also think that surely there must be some sort of opposition to this financial corruption. What about them? This brings us back to those critical years, between the secret Jekyll Island meeting of 1910 and 1913, when the Federal Reserve Act was passed into law. To understand what happened to the opposition to the central bankers, we need to take a look at a man named J.P. Morgan, an American financier and banker who dominated corporate finance on Wall Street during the late 1800s, when he was a driving force behind the wave of industrial consolidation in the United States, spearheading the formation of several prominent multinational corporations, including U.S. Steel Corporation and General Electric, with controlling interests in AT&T, Western Union, and 24 railroads. J.P. Morgan funded and built the Titanic, as well as its sister ship called the Olympia. While there's much written on theories involving an insurance scam, where the damaged twin ship Olympia was really the ship that sank, in an effort to collect insurance money on an already partially damaged vessel. I won't be addressing that conspiracy theory at this time, but there are several interesting videos by others available online for those interested. Instead, I'd like to focus on the fact that J.P. Morgan was booked on the maiden voyage, but canceled the day before. The same fortunate outcome cannot be said for the most wealthy and influential opponents to the creation of the Federal Reserve Act, American millionaires who did not owe their fortunes to banking, such as Jacob Astor, one of the richest people in the world at the time, whose wealth in today's money was the equivalent of $2.25 billion, whose fortune was built in real estate, inheritance from fur trading, and as an inventor, incidentally a friend of Nikola Tesla, and he was a lieutenant colonel in the Spanish-American War. Another opponent to the Federal Reserve Act on board was Benjamin Guggenheim, son of a wealthy miner, who again was not a banker, and either was Isidor Straus, owner of Macy's department store, who, like the other successful non-banker businessman I just named, seemed too unlucky or too unable to seem to make it aboard a life raft, and instead died going down with the ship. It's interesting to note that there were no red flares on board to signal any boats for rescue, only white flares that signal a party or that everything's okay. Yet these wealthy and politically influential men opposed to the Federal Reserve were invited aboard the Titanic for its maiden voyage, the same trip that J.P. Morgan conveniently decided to back out from at the last minute, with no Rockefellers and no Rothschilds on board. All major opposition perishing aboard the ship in 1912, with the Federal Reserve Act established the following year during the holiday season, passed through Congress when most were not even present.
Paul Warburg himself, who was the author of the act, and the other bankers had to, for the first time in their life, come down to Washington and lobby in the halls of Congress to get the Federal Reserve Act passed. And of course, they had to make a lot of promises, a lot of commitments, a lot of bribes. But since they printed the money, it didn't matter. So they bribed the Congress to enact the Federal Reserve Act, which was signed, but they still could not get a majority vote. So they had to wait till the Christmas vacation, after Lindbergh and the Middle Western and Western congressmen had departed for Christmas vacation. Then they brought the Federal Reserve Act before Congress on December 23rd, after the opposition had left. But they still had a quorum, they still could pass it. And so even the New York Times said, never has legislation of such importance been passed under such circumstances. In other words, the whole Federal Reserve Act was passed through fraud, was passed more or less while Congress was in Christmas vacation. And so Wilson signed the act into law on December 23rd, practically Christmas Eve, and it became public law. So now that they had a central bank with the power to print all the money they wanted, a privately owned bank. And the Federal Reserve Act itself is an amazing act. It's an act of total monopoly because every word in it, first of all the money that the bankers can print becomes an obligation of the U.S. government, which means the U.S. taxpayer. Second, the stockholders of this private bank included in the legislation that no Federal Reserve Bank stock could ever be bought or sold on any exchange in the world. So in other words, the initial purchasers would own it in perpetuity, which is what happened because the Rothschilds, Warburgs, and Schiffs all bought the original stock in 1914 and have owned it ever since. And they've put it into foundations, so it can never be touched. And these foundations are the real government of the United States, Rockefeller Foundation. Nearly all of your major legislation in the United States is prepared by these foundations. And they submit it to Congress, and of course they have enormous staffs and billions of dollars. So they bring the legislation before Congress. And it's impeccable. It's researched and it's phrased and everything is done just right. And so of course the Congress accepts it. And they look around and they say, is anybody objected to any of this? And of course there's total silence. Nobody objects. So it becomes law. That's why you have laws constantly passed by Congress which are actively opposed by 85% of the American people. Almost everything that's done in Washington is opposed by 85% of the American people. So you have government by 15%, government by elites. And they're not even Americans. These are international elitists. They have no allegiance whatsoever to the United States, just like your Canadian legislatures have no allegiance to you. They have no allegiance to Canada. They're part of the international elite. But of course they don't say this publicly, and the press hails them all as great patriots and dedicated people, selfless individuals. They love that word selfless. Imagine, all your legislators are selfless. They never have a selfish bone in their body because they're working for you. They want to give you things. And of course the only purpose they have is to rob you. Not only you, but all 6 billion people in the world, because it's a government of robbery. So you have what you call the new economy in the United States, and probably Canada too. And the new economy is simply people working and creating and producing in spite of everything the robbers can do to them. Everything that's accomplished in this country is accomplished in spite of the foundations, in spite of the bankers. People have to work harder to pay the interest, but they do that. They rise to the challenge. At some point, the people will have to make themselves recognized, and they're doing this through the internet. The big question mark is the internet, and that's why Washington has been making frantic efforts to control the internet.
And Paul Warburg loaned money to Hitler. Hitler killed little Jews, while Rothschild and Warburg stayed in the finest hotels in Europe. But damn it, if you can't call Rothschild anti-Semitic and Warburg an anti-Semite, then don't you open your mouth against me.
First of all, Jekyll Island is a real island. It's off the coast of Georgia. And it was on that island back in 1910 that the Federal Reserve System was conceived at a highly secret meeting that took place there. And what I'd like to do is talk about this meeting and show you that, in fact, the Federal Reserve was created there, and that there was a lot of secrecy surrounding it, and then we'll be confronted with the question, why the secrecy? When things are done in secret, there are often things to hide. And we'll explore what it was that they wanted to hide. And when we finally understand what that was, we'll be face to face with one of the most important facts about the Federal Reserve System that is not generally known. In 1910, Jekyll Island was privately owned by a small group of millionaires. In those days they were millionaires. In today's dollars they would be billionaires from New York. This is where their families went to spend the winter months. It was a resort island, a resort club. It was called the Jekyll Island Club. And there was a very elaborate clubhouse there which was the center of their social activities. It's still there, by the way, if anybody wants to visit it. The island has been purchased by the state of Georgia, and this clubhouse has been renovated. It's a beautiful thing. And around this clubhouse, they had cottages, which were built by many of the families that belonged to the club. Cottages are not exactly the word I would have chosen to describe these structures. I remember on taking the tour through one of them, the guide said that there were 14 bathrooms in that cottage. So you have an idea of the kind of elegance that was there. In any event, the number of bathrooms has nothing to do with this story. I just get hung up on that because it's hard for me to imagine a cottage with that much running plumbing. But the important point was that this is where the Federal Reserve System was conceived, is in that clubhouse. So let's tell that story. It all began in November of 1910 when Senator Nelson Aldrich sent his private railroad car to the New Jersey Railroad Station, where there it was in readiness for the arrival of himself and 6 other men who were instructed to come under conditions of great secrecy. For example, they were told to come one at a time, not to be seen together, not to dine together on the night of their departure. If they had arrived at the same time, they were instructed to pretend as though they didn't even know each other. They were to avoid newspaper reporters, because these were well-known men, and had they been spotted by reporters, which often frequented the railroad station, especially had they been seen together, many questions would have been asked. One of the men carried a shotgun in a big black case, so that if he had been asked where he was going, he was prepared to say that he was going on a duck hunting trip. And the interesting thing about that little piece of the history is that this man, we find out later from his biographer, never fired a gun in his life. He even had to borrow that shotgun in order to participate in this deception. Even after they got on board the railroad car, this pattern continued. They were told to use first names only, not to use last names. And 2 of the men adopted code names completely. The reason for that is that they were afraid that the servants on board the train would recognize who they were if they used their last names. And they knew that if word leaked out in that fashion and eventually found its way into the press, the whole purpose of the meeting would have been completely destroyed. So absolute secrecy was essential. Well, the train traveled for 2 nights and a day on a 1,000-mile journey to the south, and when they awoke on the second morning, the car was on the siding, the railroad siding at Brunswick, Georgia. And from there they took the ferry boat across the inland strait to Jekyll Island and to the clubhouse. And for the next 9 days, these men sat around a table and hammered out all the important details of what eventually became the Federal Reserve System. And incidentally, if you visit that clubhouse today, you can walk down to the end of the one corridor there, and on a door is a brass plaque. And it says, "In this room, the Federal Reserve System was created." When they were done, they got back on board the train, back to New York, and disappeared. And for quite a few years after that, these men denied that any such meeting ever took place. It wasn't until after the Federal Reserve was firmly established that only then did they begin to talk openly about it. They wrote books on it. One of them wrote a magazine article, and they gave interviews to newspaper reporters. And so now, many years later, it's possible for us to go to the public record and find in print detailed descriptions of what happened at that meeting. Well, who were these men? The first one I've already mentioned, the one with the railroad car, Senator Nelson Aldrich, who was the Republican whip in the Senate. He was also chairman of the National Monetary Commission, which was that special committee of Congress which was created for the purpose of proposing legislation which was to reform banking. That was the idea. Banking needed reform. And the American people were greatly concerned in those days over things that were going on in the banking industry. People were losing their money in the banks because they weren't keeping their promises to hold their deposits in reserve. There were runs on the bank and the banks couldn't pay the people back. But most of all, they were concerned over the concentration of financial power that was in the hands of a small group of very powerful and large banks in New York on Wall Street. This is what they called the money trust. That was the name. And it was a very popular expression in the newspapers. And quite a few politicians were elected to office on their campaign promise to break the grip of the money trust. President Wilson was one of those politicians, by the way. So, that was the purpose of the National Monetary Commission, which was to propose legislation, which eventually became the Federal Reserve Act, to break the grip of the money trust over the financial markets of America. Aldrich was a business associate of J.P. Morgan. He was the father-in-law to John D. Rockefeller, Jr., which means, of course, that eventually he became the grandfather of Nelson Rockefeller, our former vice president. You remember his full name was Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller, so he derived his middle name from his famous grandfather. The second person at the meeting was Abraham Piatt Andrew, who was Assistant Secretary of the Treasury. He later became a congressman, but he was very prominent in banking circles. Frank Vanderlip was there. He was the president of the National City Bank of New York, which was the largest and the most powerful of all the banks in the country, representing the financial interests of William Rockefeller and the international investment firm of Kuhn, Loeb and Company. Henry Davison was there. He was the senior partner of the J.P. Morgan Company. Charles Norton was present. He was the president of the First National Bank of New York, which was another one of the giants. Also, there was Benjamin Strong, who was the head of J.P. Morgan's Bankers Trust Company. And incidentally, 3 years later, when the Federal Reserve System was finally created, he became the first head of the system. And finally, there was Paul Warburg, who was probably the most important of all the men there because of his knowledge of banking as it was practiced in Europe. Paul Warburg was born in Germany. He eventually became a naturalized American citizen. He was a partner in Kuhn, Loeb and Company. He was a representative of the Rothschild banking dynasty in England and France. And through all the years of his banking in America, he remained in very close contact with his brother, Max Warburg, who was the head of the Warburg Banking Consortium in Germany and the Netherlands. Paul Warburg was one of the wealthiest men in the world. And those of you who are Little Orphan Annie fans, you'll remember Daddy Warbucks. Well, Paul Warburg was the real Daddy Warbucks, after whom that character was named. And everyone at the time knew it. I have his photograph in the book. If you'd like to compare his picture to the drawing rendition of Daddy Warbucks, you'll see the similarity between Warbucks and Warburg. And also, while we're on the subject of cartoon characters, anyone who's played Monopoly will remember the drawing of the capitalist with the handlebar mustache and the cigar. That's J.P. Morgan. Those are the 7 men who were on Jekyll Island, and as incredible as it may seem, they represented approximately 1/4 of the wealth of the entire world. And these are the men that sat around a table on Jekyll Island and created the Federal Reserve System. What's going on here? Should arouse our curiosity a little bit. It didn't just happen. Well, speaking of it just happening, for the skeptics, you're probably wondering, did it really happen that way? Perhaps Griffin is exaggerating this to make a point. Well, yes, it really happened that way, and to illustrate that, we could go to a lot of documentation, but to simplify this, I'd like to just read for you a short excerpt taken from one article written by Frank Vanderlip who was one of the attendees at that meeting. And this was written in the Saturday Evening Post, and it appeared on February 9, 1935. And this is what Vanderlip said. I do not feel it is any exaggeration to speak of our secret expedition to Jekyll Island as the occasion of the actual conception of what eventually became the Federal Reserve System. We were told to leave our last names behind us. We were told further that we should avoid dining together on the night of our departure. We were instructed to come one at a time, and as unobtrusively as possible, to the railroad terminal on the New Jersey littoral of the Hudson, where Senator Aldrich's private car would be in readiness, attached to the rear end of a train to the south. Once aboard the private car, we began to observe the taboo that had been fixed on last names. We addressed one another as Ben, Paul, Nelson, and Abe. Davison and I adopted even deeper disguises, abandoning our first name. On the theory that we were always right, he became Wilbur and I became Orville, after those two aviation pioneers, the Wright brothers. The servants and train crew may have known the identities of one or two of us, but they did not know all, and it was the names of all printed together that would have made our mysterious journey significant in Washington, in Wall Street, even in London. Discovery, we knew, simply must not happen. Well, why? What's the big deal here? What's wrong with a group of bankers getting together in private and talking about banking or banking legislation? And the answer to that question is provided by Vanderlip himself in the same article. He said, if it were to be exposed publicly that our particular group had got together and written a banking bill, that bill would have no chance whatever of passage by Congress. Why not? Because the purpose of the bill was to break the grip of the money trust. And ladies and gentlemen, it was written by the money trust. It's as simple as that. Had that fact been known from the very beginning, the public would never have accepted it as a means of breaking the grip over the money trust. And we would never have had a Federal Reserve System because the scam would have been exposed from the beginning. This was like having the fox build the hen house and install the security system. So there is a primary reason for the secrecy. And it's a fact that most Americans have not even considered, that there might have been some kind of deception, massive deception, at the very inception of the Federal Reserve System, and for a very good reason. But there's more to it than that, a lot more than that. Consider the composition of this group and the financial powers they represented. Is there anything strange about that mixture? Here we had the Rockefellers, we had the Morgans, Kuhn, Loeb and Company, the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, all in one room for 9 days plus 2 days on the train, coming to an agreement. What's going on here? Anything strange about that mixture? Well, ladies and gentlemen, these were competitors. These were the giants in the field which prior to this period had been beating their heads against each other for dominance in the marketplace, for dominance in the financial markets of the world, not only New York, but Paris and London, everywhere. Competitors. This is extremely significant because it happened at precisely that point of American history when business was undergoing a major ideological transition. Prior to this period, America had grown and prospered and surpassed all the countries of Europe as an industrial and economic power because it adhered to the principle of free enterprise competition. And it was in this period that a rapid transition was taking place to the concept of monopoly and cartel. Going back, in fact, to the old world concept which had held Europe back for all these years. Monopolies and cartels were becoming the order of the day in America. It was John D. Rockefeller I who said it. He said, competition is a sin. He believed it. All of his biographers quote him on that one, by the way. And he and others of these industrialists of the period were devoting all of their time to the elimination of competition. They did not believe in free enterprise competition at all. They knew that the road to riches and power was through the elimination of their competition. And if they couldn't beat their competition out, then they tried to buy them up. If that didn't work, they joined with them in a shared monopoly, and that is a cartel, a shared monopoly. Perhaps I should define that word in more detail so at least you'll know what I'm talking about when I use the word. A cartel is a group of independently owned businesses which come together for the purpose of reducing or eliminating competition between themselves so that they can enhance their profit margins or secure their position in the marketplace. And they do this by price fixing. They won't compete on price. Or they divide up geographical markets or products and services. For example, if we were forming a cartel here, I might say, well, I get the north and you get the south. We won't compete. Or I might insist that I get to produce the gizmo, but you can produce the widget. And we won't compete. Or we'll share patents and processes. We won't compete. And every time we agree to eliminate one area of competition between ourselves, we move closer and closer together until finally we are as one industry insofar as the marketplace is concerned, even though our component parts are independently owned. And that is a cartel. And so that enhances our profits. We can get more for our products and services than we could in the arena of free enterprise competition. And of course, the other side of that coin is that the public pays more for those products or services than they would otherwise. And that is just as true in a banking cartel as it is in any other kind of cartel. And the amazing fact emerges that when you study this period, that for the 15 years before the meeting on Jekyll Island, these groupings of which we're speaking had come together increasingly in joint ventures. They were learning how to avoid competition between themselves. They knew they couldn't knock each other out. They had tried that. It was too costly. Now it was time to come together. And what happened on Jekyll Island is that they formed a banking cartel, and they called it the Federal Reserve System. An amazing fact that all these years we've had something which most people have thought was a government operation of some kind or another. We were told it was a creation to protect the people, to stabilize the economy, and it's a cartel. And the purpose of a cartel is to enhance the profit structure of the members of the cartel. Period. That's the second amazing discovery, to be learned if we understand and analyze what happened on Jekyll Island back in 1910. But there's a third element, which is perhaps even the most important of all. And that is that this cartel went into partnership with the government. Well, cartels often do that to enforce their cartel agreements, but in this case they did it in spades. Now, in any partnership, there has to be a payoff. There has to be some benefit to the partners, otherwise they won't go into the partnership, or if they go into it, they won't stay in it for very long. So it's a legitimate question for us to ask, what is the payoff? What's the benefit to these partners? Let's find out why the government is in this partnership, and then we'll find out why the banking cartel is in it. And in order to find out what the payoff is, we'll have to examine how the Federal Reserve System creates money, because that's the key. Now, if you're not familiar with how money is created in America, this is going to be really some experience to go through this. For the first time, you're going to shake your heads and say, I don't believe this. I call it the Mandrake mechanism, after that 1940s comic book character, Mandrake the Magician. Could create something out of nothing, wave his cape, and it was back into the void again. That's the Federal Reserve System. Now, let's take this and break this down. I need to warn you in advance, however, that you shouldn't try and make sense out of this. Okay? because you'll blow a fuse if you think this makes sense. Just remember, this is your plain old American scam that we're talking about here. It's that simple. And I'm going to strip away all of the banker terminology and all the accounting terminology and use just plain old plodding English to make it comprehensible. In spite of that, however, I want you to know that everything I'm going to tell you from a technical point of view is 100% accurate, in spite of the simplicity of the language. Okay, with that by way of preliminary, let's get right to the Mandrake mechanism itself. It starts with the government side of the partnership. In fact, if we just analyze what happened on Jekyll Island, we can figure out almost everything that's going on today, even though that happened back in 1910. And one of the things that they had to resolve there was what to call this creature of theirs. This partnership between government and the commercial banks was not new with the Federal Reserve System. In fact, this concept was created back in Europe in the 16th century, and it was perfected with the Bank of England in 1694. This is the kind of thing from that date forward that all of the governments of Europe adopted. Now, they didn't call it a Mandrake mechanism like I do. They called it a central bank. Now, that's the technical name for this partnership. If you want to look this process up in a textbook or an encyclopedia, you'll find it listed under central bank. So the central banks were created in Europe in the 16th century. There's very good reason for that. The kings and the princes of Europe discovered from hard experience that they could raise the taxes of their subjects only so far, and then there was a ceiling. They had a tax revolt on their hands. There was resistance, and they had real revolution or revolt on their hands, and they tended to lose their jobs or their heads. So that was it, folks. 40%, 43% seems to have been the natural limit. However, once they got the central bank mechanism worked out, this was a whole new ball game. Now the lid was off, and they were able to collect 50%, 60, 70, and in some cases 80% of everything that their subjects produced. And their subjects did not revolt, did not resent it even, because they didn't know that they were paying this tax through a process called inflation. All they knew was that the prices were going out of sight, and they had no inkling that it was their government in combination with the private banks that were taxing them in this fashion. And so, see, this became a method of hidden taxation which has continued to this day to be extremely popular with big spending governments. And so this became the modus operandi in Europe from that date forward. Now, when they met on Jekyll Island, it was very clear in their mind that they were creating a central bank. But they had a problem, what to call it, because Congress was already on record as saying they did not want a central bank in America. I don't think the congressmen really understood what that meant, but they had heard the phrase, and they knew that that's what they had in Europe. And they said, no, when it comes to banking reform in America, we want something that's unique to represent our unique political and economic system. So a central bank was out. So what to call this central bank so that no one will know? And they talked about this on Jekyll Island. And this is what they concluded. They said, first, let's use the word federal to make it seem like it's a government operation. Secondly, let's add the word reserve to make it seem like there are reserves somewhere, like it was a banking concept. Third, let's add the word system. And this was very important, far more than we might think today, because remember, the major concern was this concentration of financial power in New York. And they had to sell the American people on the idea that this was a diffusion of power over a system of banks. And so they talked about 10 regional banks And finally they said, no, that's not enough. We'll have 12 regional banks and diffuse the power away from New York, or at least make it appear that way. And they'll build those big buildings in all these regions, and the local yokels can come and look at the buildings and say, golly, we got one of them out here too. You know? And the impression was that because these buildings were out there, that the power was pulled away from New York and diffused throughout a system of Federal Reserve banks. Well, as you've heard said many times by now, what we wound up with was not federal. There are no reserves. It's not a system at all in the sense of diffusion of power, and the Federal Reserve banks aren't even banks. So on all four words, we're dealing with appearances of the fourth kind. Brilliant strategy. The next step was to sell this creature to the American people. And the first draft of the Federal Reserve Act was called the Aldrich Bill, sponsored by Senator Aldrich, of course. And this was against the good advice of Paul Warburg, who said, Nelson, if you put your name on this bill, it's going to get voted down in Congress because you are so closely identified with the power of big business. It'll be voted down. And apparently Aldrich's ego was too big. He must have said, well, no, after all, I'm respected in the Senate, and I am the chairman of the National Monetary Commission. And for whatever reason, he insisted on having his name on it. I think he wanted to go down in history as the originator of the Federal Reserve System. But Warburg was right. Voted down, thumbs down right away, because he was a representative of big business. Well, this was a minor setback. They took their bill, they scrambled the paragraphs around a little bit, they took Aldrich's name off of it, and found a couple of Democrats to sponsor the bill. Now this was different. See, Aldrich was a Republican, and everyone knew that the Republicans represented big business. But they also knew that the Democrats represented the common man, the little guy, the fellow on the assembly line, you know, like Ted Kennedy. So they found a couple of millionaire Democrats to sponsor the bill. They got Carter Glass from the House and Senator Robert Owen, who was a very successful banker. And now they sponsored the bill. It was the Glass-Owen bill, and this was different. This was a Democrat bill, and it began to receive very popular consideration in Congress. Next, Aldrich and Vanderlip began to give speeches and statements to the press condemning the bill that they had written. They said, this will ruin the banks. This will be terrible for the nation. And by the time this was printed in the newspapers, the average person read that and said, oh, I guess the big bankers don't like this bill very much. It must be pretty good. You know, you have to give these people credit. They were not stupid. They didn't get to be where they were through stupidity. They understood mass psychology, they understood politics, and they played their cards exceedingly well. Next, these same individuals who were condemning the bill were privately financing it. They were behind all the lobbying activities in Washington. They personally paid for the creation of what was called grassroots study clubs that came up all over the country, held public meetings, and disseminated brochures extolling the virtue of the Federal Reserve Act. They gave large amounts of money to some of the better-known universities and created new departments of economics, handpicked their own people to be the professors, to chair those departments, and then those men began to speak publicly and write scholarly essays about how wonderful the Federal Reserve System was. And then, at the insistence of Paul Warburg, who was always the master strategist in this, they added several good provisions to the act. When I say good, I mean provisions which restricted the power of the Federal Reserve System to create money out of nothing. The kind of provisions you and I might have endorsed. And Warburg's associates said, Paul, what are you doing? We don't want those things in there. This is our bill. And his response was classic. He said, "Relax, fellows, don't you get it? Our object here is to get the bill passed. We can fix it up later." That's exactly what he said. When no one is looking, everyone is focusing on the bill now. Let's get it in. We'll fix it up later. And indeed, he was right. It was because of provisions such as those that they won over the support of William Jennings Bryan, who was the leader of the populist movement, a real defender of the common man, in his mind at least. He looked at that bill, and previously he had opposed it because he said it was the bill of the bankers. They would create money out of nothing, he said. And he looked at those provisions and he said, "Oh, well, I guess with those in there, I can support the bill." And with the elimination of his opposition, the road was cleared, and it was inevitable what would happen. They did fix it up later. Since the Federal Reserve Act was passed, it has been amended over 100 times, and nobody has noticed. All of those original provisions, which were sound, were long ago removed, and many, many more have been added, which greatly expand the power and reach of the Federal Reserve System. A big bunch was added back in 1980. It just extends the power of the federal government to areas that you can't even imagine. We're talking previously about being able to create money out of government debt, American government debt. They can now create it out of foreign debt. Any country in the world. Any country in the world can offer a bond, an IOU, and our Federal Reserve System is now empowered by law to convert that into American money. Even corporate debt, they can convert that into American money. There's no limit whatsoever. And nobody has noticed. So Warburg was right. They fixed it up later. And it's no surprise, therefore, that with this kind of professional deception and strategy, that a great deal of support was gained for the bill. And on December 22nd, 1913, it was passed into law and signed into law the next day by President Wilson. And the creature from Jekyll Island finally moved into Washington, D.C. Creation of the Federal Reserve System. And that takes us directly to the title of my book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. Well, let's take a look at this. If the purpose of the Federal Reserve System is to stabilize the economy, let's give it a report card and see how well it's done. Since it was formed, it has presided over the crashes of 1921 and 1929, the Great Depression of 29 through 39, recessions in the years 53, 57, 69, 75, and 81, a stock market Black Monday in 87. We all know that corporate debt is soaring, personal debt is greater than ever before. Both business and personal bankruptcies are at an all-time high. Banks and savings and loan associations have failed at a rate greater than ever before in our history. Interest on the national debt is now consuming half of all of our taxes. Heavy industry has been largely replaced by overseas competition. We're facing an international trade deficit for the first time in our history. 75% of downtown Los Angeles and other large metropolitan areas are now owned by foreigners, and over half of the nation right now is officially in a state of recession. Now that is the report card of the Federal Reserve System after 80 years of stabilizing the economy. And I don't think it's even controversial to say that the Federal Reserve has failed to meet its stated objectives. The only controversial question is, why has it failed? And my answer to that is because those have never been its true objectives at all. What are its true objectives? Well, what are the objectives of any cartel? To make money, to enhance the profit margins of the members of the cartel, and to stabilize its position in the marketplace, to prevent competition. Those are the objectives of any cartel. And if our analysis is correct here, we'll find that this, in fact, has been what the Federal Reserve System has accomplished for itself and its component members. To be more specific, it's possible to go to the period of Jekyll Island and read the papers and speeches that were done by the people on Jekyll Island and their associates. The big banks were concerned over three things, among other things, but the three main things were as follows. They said they wanted to reverse the erosion of their power away from New York. That's right, just the opposite of what the Federal Reserve System was supposed to accomplish. They wanted to keep it in New York. They were concerned because as the nation was spreading westward and southward, new banks were springing up all over the frontier. And more of the capital assets of the nation were moving in that direction. Yes, they still had the lion's share, but every year the percentages went down a little bit. And they could see where that chart was going. And they said, we must put a stop to this now while we still have power. Remember, John D. Rockefeller said it, competition is a sin. And competition from the new banks in America was something that had to be stopped. See, one of the purposes of the Federal Reserve System was to control the competition from the new banks. And this is a good place to emphasize that when I'm talking about the cartel, I'm primarily talking about the big banks in New York that created it, and the international banks as well, the ones in Europe. I'm not talking about your bank down the street that ever since the system was created has struggled and struggled under the regulations of the system, which were designed primarily, to some extent, to squeeze the competition out or to keep it in its place. And you've seen that process going on throughout the years. We have fewer and fewer banks all the time, little ones getting gobbled up by the big banks.
In a book titled None Dare Call It Conspiracy by Gary Allen and Larry Abraham on page 45, the question is asked, where do governments get the enormous amounts of money that they need? Most, of course, comes from taxation. But governments often spend more than they are willing to tax from their citizens, so governments are forced to borrow. The public is led to believe that the government borrows from the people through savings bonds. Actually, only the smallest percentage of the national debt is held by individuals in this form. Most government bonds, except those owned by the government itself through its trust funds, are held by vast banking firms known as international banks. For centuries, there has been big money to be made by international bankers in financing governments and kings. Such operators, however, are faced with certain thorny problems. We know that smaller banks operate to protect themselves by taking collateral. But what kind of collateral can you get from a government or a king? The process through which one collects a debt from a government or a monarch is not a subject taught in the business schools of the universities. And most of us, never having been in the business of financing kings or governments, have not given the problem much thought. But there's a king financing business. And to those who can ensure collection, it is a lucrative business. An economics professor named Stuart Crane notes that there are two means used to loan governments, money to governments and kings, and two means of collecting on that money. Whenever a business firm borrows big money, the creditor obtains an influence in management to protect its investment. Like a business, no government can borrow big money unless that government is willing to surrender to the creditor some of its sovereignty. Certainly, international bankers who have loaned hundreds of billions of dollars to governments around the world command considerable influence in the policies of such governments. But the ultimate advantage, listen to this, that the creditor has over a king or a president is that if the ruler gets out of line, the banker can finance his enemy or his rival. Therefore, if you want to stay in the lucrative financing business of kings and governments, it is wise to have an enemy or a rival waiting in the wings to unseat every king or every president to whom you lend money. If the king doesn't have an enemy, you got to be able to create one. Now I'm going to show you why America is in so much debt. The founding fathers of this nation said they did not want private control of a central bank because to them such a bank would be the detriment of this democracy. Thomas Jefferson saw a privately owned central bank as worse than an opposing army. Thomas Jefferson wanted to keep America free from those things that led to the destruction of many nations and governments in Europe. And so a privately owned central bank was unthinkable to the founding fathers of this nation, and therefore it was written in the Constitution that only Congress should have the right to print the money and the instruments of credit. The debt of America is so great that greater hardship is now being planned by the government for the masses of the American people in order to make America solvent. Please, wake yourself up now. Come on.
Cryptos are getting more and more adoption. But remember, guys, they're getting adoption because the New World Order is building the fourth industrial revolution. We know that Bitcoin just didn't pop up by chance during the financial crisis. There is a plan behind cryptos and Bitcoin. Robots, algorithms, drones. That is the plan to move it in. But first, what they have to do is bring in the payments platform. Bitcoin at first was for money laundering and criminals. Now who's taking over? The banks. The real money launderers, the real criminals. Because, guys, when it comes to the New World Order, everything is planned out.
The great sweep in the November elections that brought the Republicans into the control of the Senate and the House of Representatives and the majority of the governor's mansion of this nation sent a message to the government that the American people are greatly disturbed over the course of this nation, and they all are seeking change. The majority of the American people may not know what change they want, but they definitely desire change for the better. The Republican Party has come up with a theme. They call it a contract with America. This contract or agreement is to reform the government in such a way where great amounts of money can be saved, spending is to be brought in line, taxes are to be reduced. But this contract with America, to many seems, in gangster terminology, to be a contract on America, where the contract says the poor and the weak must be eliminated. There is no way that the Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, or Senator Dole, or the Republican Party can solve the problem of the tremendous debt of this nation without exposing the root of this problem and the conspiracy that brought America to her wretched debtor condition. Every home needs a balanced budget. A balanced budget means that we do not spend more than we take in or have debt greater than our ability to handle without over-borrowing that will destroy the economy of our homes. Serious financial problems are at the root of most of our domestic quarrels. True in the larger context, the country, the nation. The nation called America is going toward $5 trillion in public debt. This debt is so great that in order to balance the budget, such drastic cuts have to be made that the poor and the weak will suffer the most. So this contract with America is a contract on America's poor. Even the thought of raising the age level at which time the elderly will receive Social Security to 70 years of age is a sign that the Social Security of those who have paid into it is in deep trouble. The government, if it raises the age limit to 70, is betting that most of those who paid into this fund will never live to see 70 years of age, and therefore Social Security will not have to be paid. Thank you. This is a disgrace. But what is the root of the problem? How did America get into this? Did you know that from 1900 to 1913, the federal government had a very manageable debt into the millions of dollars? But in 1913, something happened. 4 things were set up in the year 1913. First, the Federal Reserve Bank, the IRS, the FBI, and the Anti-Defamation League of B'nai B'rith, all were set up in the same year. Is that a coincidence? Or is there a tie-in? I don't have time to go into all the details. But by the help of Allah, I'll do that in further writings if it is the will of Allah. But it's enough to say that 2 German Jews, Paul and Felix Warburg, and the international bankers of Europe wined and dined a senator named Nelson Aldrich, who was the maternal grandfather of Nelson Aldrich Rockefeller. And they wined and dined him for 2 years, showing him the central banks of Europe. Senator Aldrich came back to America and was given the job of being a part of a study of the national monetary system. Nelson Aldrich with Paul Warburg had a secret meeting in Jekyll Island, Georgia, off the coast of Georgia. And in that secret meeting, what came out of it was the basis of the Federal Reserve Act. They tried to get it through Congress under the name the Aldrich Federal Reserve Act. But since Aldrich was so tied to the international banking system, the members of Congress under the leadership of President Taft, they voted it out. So they went back to the drawing board and they redid it. And they pushed it through on December the 22nd, 1913, just as Congress was about to break for the Christmas recess. Wanting to get home quick, they pushed it through. And the Federal Reserve Act became law. But in 1912, there was a great presidential election where William Taft was challenged in his own party by Teddy Roosevelt. Roosevelt was financed by some of these international bankers. They hated Taft for his derailing of the Aldrich Federal Reserve Act. So they wanted to get at Taft. But they felt that a Republican shouldn't bring this act before Congress. It would be better if it came through a Democrat. So they same bankers put money behind Woodrow Wilson. And Woodrow Wilson sold the American presidency to the international bankers. He was elected in 1912, and in 1913, the Federal Reserve Act became law, and the Central Bank of the United States was taken over by a group of private banking institutions. Then somebody else began printing the money. Like Rothschild said, he don't care who rules as long as he controls the purse strings. In 1913, America was not yet at war. In the last winter solstice of the 6,000-year rule of the enemy, America was betrayed by one of her presidents and one of her senators and one of her members of the United States Treasury. Stuff is going down in America right now as we speak, that all our lives are in danger right now. And I've got to sound the alarm, brothers and sisters. Listen, now that the bank that prints money is in the hands of private interests, the idea is to push up and inspire the government to borrow. How do you do it? Get America into war. The war in Europe started in 1914. And by 1917, under a lie about the Lusitania being sunk by German subs, the American people were called into a war to end all wars. Oh, this is heavy, man. I mean, you can't believe how wicked, how low down and rotten. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You can't believe how wicked these people are. To play games with your lives and the lives of your babies. Create a war just to get more money, to charge more interest, and send your babies to die for bullshit.
So that was objective number one. Number two, they wanted to reverse the trend of what is called private capital formation. Now, what that means is simply this. It means that people in those days were using their own savings instead of going to the bank and borrowing. Corporations in particular found that it was better for them to withhold some of the dividends from their stockholders each quarter, put that money into a sinking fund, let it accumulate, or let the capital form, as they say, capital formation, and then use their own money to build the new factory or launch a research and development project or whatever, instead of going to the banks. And the banks were extremely concerned over this trend. They racked their brains. How do we get businesses to come back to the banks and borrow money again? And their answer was quite simple. If you were a banker, you would know how to do that. The answer is to lower interest rates, to make those rates so attractive that you'd be crazy not to go to the bank and borrow the money at those interest rates. So much easier than saving. Well, why didn't they just lower interest rates? Because that was 1913, ladies and gentlemen, and they couldn't. Money was real money in those days. It was backed by gold and silver. There was no lever on it. No man, no group of men, no politicians, no bankers could arbitrarily affect interest rates. Because it was backed by gold and silver, the money was, and they couldn't just create it out of nothing. You see, under those conditions, interest rates are the product of the forces of supply and demand in a free market economy. Nobody has control over it. And that's why the politicians hate money that's backed by gold and silver. They cannot manipulate it. So their challenge was, how can we artificially depress the interest rates below the natural level that's produced in the free market? And the solution was, they said, the nation needed what was called a flexible currency. They said this is what industry needed to prosper, a flexible currency. You still hear that phrase today, the virtues of a flexible currency. Well, what is a flexible currency? You need a dictionary. Well, it's not paper money that folds. What that means is money created out of nothing. That's what a flexible currency is. See, the trick is not particularly hard to figure out here. If you are creating money out of nothing, you don't have to charge an awful lot of interest on it to show a profit. See, it's as simple as that. So, with a flexible currency, now they have a lever on it. And they can jack the interest rates down, 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 so that it's attractive, and they're still making plenty of profit on it because it didn't cost them anything. And they have reversed the trend toward private capital formation. And the third objective that they spoke about in those days was how to pass on the inevitable losses within the banking system, to pass those losses on to the taxpayer in the name of protecting the people. Now, let's give the Federal Reserve System another report card with these objectives in mind and see how well it has done. Did they keep control over the banking system and the monetary system in New York? And yes, they did. Anyone who knows how the markets function, it has always remained in New York. In fact, it's even more so now in New York than it was then. Yes, there are plenty of large banks in the nation, in the South and in the West, but these are small compared to those giants that are in New York, in fact, that are astride the world, with offices in Peking and Moscow and Africa, everywhere in the world. The giants are in New York, and they have been running the show all of these years. A few years ago, there was a book that appeared on the market called Secrets of the Temple, written by William Grider and published by Simon & Schuster. It was a bestseller, and it was advertised as a scathing attack against the Federal Reserve System. Well, when I heard that, I could hardly believe my eyes and my ears. A scathing attack against the Federal Reserve System, published by Simon & Schuster? Now, this is one of the biggies. I thought to myself, well, a miracle has happened. I guess I don't have to finish my book because it's done. Somebody did it. So I ran down and I got a copy of the book and I went through it, and I was amazed at what I found on 2 points. First of all, I was amazed because Grider had his history very well done indeed. It was accurate. I didn't expect that. I thought it might be a whitewash of some kind. But it wasn't. It was very good. I knew about this because I was right then in the process of researching it, and Grider had it. And on this point of the concentration of power in New York, I'd like to read to you just a couple of sentences from his best-selling book. He's talking about 1913 here, and he said, at the time, the conventional wisdom in Congress was that the government institution would finally harness the money trust, disarm its powers, and establish broad democratic control over money and credit. The results were nearly the opposite. The money reforms enacted in 1913, in fact, helped to preserve the status quo, to stabilize the old order. Money center bankers would not only gain dominance over the new central bank, but would also enjoy new insulation against instability and their own decline. Once the Fed was in operation, the steady diffusion of financial power halted. Wall Street maintained its dominant position and even enhanced it. Which is true. Now, the second thing that amazed me about his book was his conclusion. After demonstrating that the Federal Reserve System had always acted against the public interest, and that it was designed to do that from the beginning, what do you suppose his conclusion was regarding what we should do about it? Abolish the Fed? No, nothing that extreme. Well, how about a major overhaul? No, not necessary. He said, you see, folks, it's all so complicated. But we're learning as we go, and we're getting better at it. Relax, everything's under control. All we need now are wiser men. Well, there you have an interesting situation. You see, that's the kind of powder puff solution that it takes to be published by Simon & Schuster or any of the other major publishing houses which are firmly locked into the financial web of the money trust in Wall Street. There's no way in the world that these major media outlets are going to allow anybody to come up with a real solution to the problem. Now, I need to digress here just for a second because we have a lot to learn from this, not just in the field of the Federal Reserve System, but in many other areas of concern to our nation in these critical days ahead. It's not enough just to point with alarm. It's not enough just to say, well, this is historically true, and it's not enough to lead the charge if you don't lead it anywhere. See, these people don't care how much you expose their scams or their conspiracies or their plots if you have no solution. If your only solution is, well, now I told you about it, now just vote Republican, you know? If that's it, nothing's going to happen, is it? Till we look behind party labels. In other words, wiser men, whatever that means. This is controlled opposition, ladies and gentlemen, and it's something that's been going on for a long time. These people are smart enough. Remember, they sold this Federal Reserve System in the face of opposition, and they did it by deception. They're smart enough to control their own opposition or to create their own opposition if necessary, so they can lead it nowhere. I'll just leave that thought with you because it's something we need to be very aware of in the critical days ahead.
Excuse me, but bullshit is the dropping of a cow or a bull. It's BS, it's lies, it's deceit. And the American people went to war in 1917, and black people sued to become a part of the war because we didn't want to be left out of America, so America signed us up to fight the war. And black men died, but they don't know what the hell they were dying for, and neither did the white ones know what they were dying for. But the man of sin got to be revealed. And I thank God that he put it in my heart. I don't have no fear of those bastards. I want to expose them all. God is present. God is in the world. And I'm going to prove to you by my life that God has power to save. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. You better worry about yourself. Excuse my language, but they are bastards. They're illegitimate children of God. When America started borrowing money, they had to have a way to pay it back. And that's how they thought of the IRS. Then they started taking income tax. But by that time, the Rockefellers and the Carnegies had their money in trust funds, and they had found a way to get around paying taxes. But the taxes were for the poor and the middle class. It was a gradual income tax that was to keep on escalating. And in the same year, the FBI was established. Come on, man. Come on. You think the FBI is out here to fight crime? Come on, man. The FBI have done some of the most wicked criminal things in this country against the citizens of America. Who are you, Farrakhan? Go ahead. That you take on the unseen powers of the world to expose them to the light of day. Who are you? I say I'm your brother. I'm a servant of these two mighty men. The FBI has spied on and sought to persecute everybody, white or black, that tampers with control of the poor people. That's right, that's right. Whether you're communist, socialist, whether you have an idea that could stimulate the masses with truth, the FBI pounces on you. In the same year that the FBI was established, the Anti-Defamation League was established. The Anti-Defamation League has been used to cover up and to fight against anybody that is not necessarily anti-Semitic, but anybody who will expose those Jews who have been at the root of the control of the banking system.
It's really, people should go to jail, but it's not illegal.
No.
And this is really horrible. And it's why we all feel so freaked out. But they are feasting on our savings. And it's an enormous robbery, quite honestly.
It's a huge transfer of wealth that's happening right now. The last time I saw something like this was back during 1994 to 1995. In the early to mid 90s, individuals were making just enormous amounts of money buying companies like Dell, AOL, Microsoft, Netscape, and some of these smaller internet stocks. And the institutions had completely missed that bull market. And so they were scoffing at these so-called lemmings. And so during 1994 to 1995, we had a bit of a bear market. And so, again, institutions were out saying that, oh, anybody buying internet stocks, you're idiotic. And so you had a lot of people selling their AOL, selling their Microsoft, selling their Dell shares. Guess who was buying? It was the institutions. If you look at a chart of institutional allocation to venture capital internet deals, it doubled between 1994 to 1995, which was exactly when institutions were saying, oh, this is just a market for idiots. Mm-hmm. Nobody should be buying this stuff. Mm-hmm. So they literally stole all this wealth that should have been in the hands of individuals that owned Dell, Microsoft, and AOL. And then from 1995 to 2000, of course, we saw $5 trillion come into the market, and the biggest bull market we've ever seen. So this blueprint of creating fear in order to get cheap prices is nothing new. So
hang on just a second before you go on.
Yeah.
This one is really important to me because the housing crisis, those banks, they bought up all of those houses. They were the ones who caused the problem.
Right.
Then they were talking everything down and saying, "I'm just taking the junk off the table."
Yeah.
That's not junk now.
It's not junk. When it's dropped 40 to 60%, it's not junk. So this happened between 2011, 2012. Blackstone Group buys 50,000 homes. But during this period of time, the regular individual couldn't get a mortgage. Right? It was virtually impossible to get a mortgage during this time, exactly when institutions were buying. And then the dot-com crash in 2003, if you can go back and look at old CNBC clips during 2003, even as the market was starting to come up, oh, don't buy tech stocks. No, they're evil. Don't buy tech stocks. Don't buy tech stocks. But institutions, if you looked at the 10Ks, the Qs, and all of the filings, the quarterly filings, they were all loading up on tech.
This is how the rich get richer.
Yes.
They know, they're connected. A lot of times they're coordinating without the insider trading. This is not illegal to do.
No, manipulating the news cycle, if you're smart about it, is they can get away with it. Nobody's ever been arrested for anything like this.
So now, with crypto, I know personally, people that would have gotten in or stayed in if these people weren't saying what they're saying.
Right, and so this has really been extremely egregious. So on September 12th, Jamie Dimon says Bitcoin is a fraud. He says he'll fire any one of his traders buying Bitcoin. Bitcoin drops 24%. When Jamie Dimon speaks, people listen. So that weekend, we found out that the largest buyer of a Bitcoin fund that's in Europe that buys physical Bitcoin, right? The largest buyer was Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan.
and that's not illegal.
He says it's a fraud.
It says he'll fire anyone that buys it. Yes.
And at the same time, his company is buying it.
His company is buying it.
It's just, I mean, so unethical.
Right.
Okay, George Soros.
George Soros, in January 24th, price was already down, calls Bitcoin a bubble, says Bitcoin is the worst, the worst investment in the world. Don't buy Bitcoin. Don't buy Bitcoin. Basically throws gasoline on the fire at this point. And then what do we find out? So he says bubble here.
It drops 44%.
Right. And then here in April, 2 months later, guess what we find out?
Yeah.
His $26 billion family office has approval to buy cryptocurrency.
Right. And we only knew about it publicly here. And this is the kind of thing that George Soros is famous for this, talking the sterling down.
Yeah.
And what did he do? He stole the pensions of all the little people.
Yeah, made $1 billion.
Yeah. Okay.
So then here now, Goldman Sachs, this, again, February 7th, most cryptocurrencies will crash to zero. Now, I remember when they said this in February, and I had, through my network, I knew that Goldman Sachs was setting up a crypto trading desk. Absolutely knew they were setting up a crypto trading desk. And
I remember you telling me that.
Right. And then, of course, they were denying it. No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not. Price falls down 27%. And then what do we find out? We find out here, they say BTC 0. And then we find out just before May, new trading desk. Not only that, they put $400 million to buy a cryptocurrency trading platform. Okay, so February 7th, it's all going to zero. May, we just spent $400 million just on a flyer.
And they're not the only ones.
No. So you have a lot of institutions that are coming. You had Christine Lagarde from the IMF come out. And this was, what's funny about this, Glenn, is it was all around the same time. It was almost like I can't prove collusion, but, it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck.
And you know what?
It's probably a duck.
The people, they all hang out together. They all think alike. It doesn't have to be calling each other.
Yeah.
They know this game.
Yes. So IMF, Christine Lagarde says in the first part of the year, says all central banks should band together against cryptocurrency.
Right.
Have you ever heard her say all banks should band together against illegal arms?
No.
Or illegal drugs?
No.
Or human trafficking?
No.
But this nascent asset class, we must all join arms against.
What this did was play into people's heads that these guys are never going to let Bitcoin survive.
Right.
And so people thought, this is over.
Selling. Yeah.
So let me show you. Can we show a chart of the 5 crashes? This is from, I think,
last year, right?
Last year.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we have that chart of the 5 crashes of Bitcoin?
Right. It was 30%. Right. I think 4 of them were 30%, and 1 was 40%.
And this is, here it is. Explain this chart. Those are Amazon crashes.
So these are Amazon.
Do you have Bitcoin?
Yeah, we need the Bitcoin chart.
We are.
All right, they'll come up later.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I want to talk about now is one of the key lessons I learned from being involved in the market so long is rather than listening to what people are saying, look at what they are doing.
Correct. So
this is what we should look at, and this is what I want people to focus on now. Billionaire hedge fund manager Stephen Cohen, who's worth between $12 to $14 billion, by far the smartest hedge fund manager in the world, I would say of the last century, is buying Bitcoin. $6,800, buying Bitcoin. Mark Lazary, Avenue Capital Group, worth about $1.7 billion, has put 1% of his net worth into Bitcoin at around this price, $7,500. Andreessen Horowitz.
Mark Andreessen.
That's right, Mark Andreessen. An early investor in Airbnb, Skype, Facebook, just launched and Coinbase just launched a $300 million fund. Wellington Capital, they have $1 trillion in assets, are starting to get involved in Bitcoin futures. Susquehanna, the 12th largest trading firm by volume, they now have their own Bitcoin custody department, their own trading department, and they're trading Bitcoin and Ethereum. Goldman Sachs, this new CEO, David Solomon, the most pro-Bitcoin / cryptocurrency guy on Wall Street. The most pro
Goldman Sachs.
He's the new CEO. He's coming into power shortly.
BlackRock, this announcement just came out. The world's biggest asset manager. Now, last year, Larry Fink says, oh, you know what cryptocurrency and Bitcoin is good for?
Yeah.
Money laundering and drug dealers.
Right.
Right? So again, if you look at what he was saying, you're going to sell your Bitcoin, right?
Yeah.
You're going to say, oh, this is all BS. But guess what is happening now? They're going to launch an ETF. They're looking at an exchange-traded fund that will allow anybody with a brokerage firm to make it as easy as hitting a buy button to go out and buy Bitcoin. So you've got to look at this preponderance of evidence, right? All these people are already wealthy. All these people care about their reputation. If Bitcoin is such a trashy asset, why are all these people getting involved?
It's really interesting because this is kind of
that move. And you would think I would have learned my lesson. In 2003, we had another crash. I sold my Nextel, which was a great company.
Yeah.
Sold it at $2. Less than a year later, it gets bought out at 14. 2003, I'm super early on Apple Computer. I'm in at like a split adjusted basis of around $1.
Oh my God.
And owned it for a couple of years. I thought I was making a killing on this idea, sell it. And if I had held on to it, my clients, because of the amount that we owned, collectively, my clients would have made $49 million.
Oh my gosh.
Right. So these lessons are very real, Glenn.
Right.
And so I have been through this cycle over 3 separate decades, and I've got a do-over now, right? 23 years later from 1990, I've got a do-over. And so my mission here is it's not only just to grow my wealth, but to help America grow their wealth too. I mean, the average American investor got blown up in 2003, got blown up in 2008, and their savings have just been absolutely demolished.
This is a chance for people
to rebuild.
To rebuild in a dramatic, possibly generational sort of way.
Without risking
a lot of money.
The idea was to create a single global currency and bring an end to cash. And this COVID era, of course, has seen cash plummet even quicker than it was before.
We have Biden stating that he's going back to the TPP. Anybody who has my book, read the back cover, and you understand that the fact is that this TPP, if it is approved and we become a part of it, all your sovereignty rights are over. Now, you think the C word is bad. You wait until they put this TPP in effect. Now, remember, with the TPP, you probably will not have any more genetic medicine. All big pharma. Corporations will run everything. You will be no longer able to sue a corporation. Actually, the corporation can sue the government if it got in the way of their profits. Also, copyrights. Just by fair use copyrights, you could be fined or even go to jail. Now remember, Obama put us a part of the TPP. And then Trump came and took us off. Now you remember when it comes to the New World Order, 2 steps forward, 1 step back in order to get to your plan. Now we have Biden that comes up and says, no, we want to be a part of this. We want to be a part of our allies. But what he's not explaining is that the corporations will have full control of your whole life. Now tap that in with cryptocurrencies. Tap that in with Bitcoin, these stable coins, universal basic income. The corporations will control your life. You think China is bad? You wait till this TPP is approved. Now remember, guys, nobody even knew what was inside of TPP when they were actually putting it together and then tried to fast track it. But guys, if the people don't wake up, if the people don't decide to read and understand that all their sovereignty is about to get thrown out the window, you are really about to be a slave to these corporations. It's not even a question. And when it comes to these corporations, they can care less whether you live or die. Remember, the devil is in the detail. We have the stock market, all-time highs. Crypto, all-time highs. Well, all your rights and sovereignty is going out the window. Guys, never ever let money distract you. Never ever let money distract the things that matter, because what happens? You might not be able to use that money. Remember, guys, when it comes to the New World Order, Everything is planned out. You have a wonderful day.
Bayer Corporation produced a medicine that was supposed to improve the lives of hemophiliacs. Bayer didn't tell those hemophiliacs that their product was infected with HIV. Because of that, entire families of hemophiliacs died with AIDS as the virus spread within households. When Bayer was ordered to stop selling their drug in America, they dumped their AIDS-laden product in Asia and killed Asian families. No one with Bayer management was arrested. No one who made these psychopathic quality decisions went to prison. They claimed the protection of their status as a corporation. That corporate status gave management the ability to kill people for profit and not go to prison. I handled the civil case against Bayer and saw firsthand that this was a rogue operation, not typical of most corporations. But how do you put that rogue in prison? Who do you arrest? Today, rogue corporations have the best of all worlds. They take advantage of the constitutional protections that were originally written for living, breathing humans. They argue that the U.S. Supreme Court mandated 130 years ago that we must treat corporations exactly like we treat people. They argued that the 14th Amendment was written to protect their corporate person status with equal protection and due process. But when the conduct of that corporate person is so vile that they make decisions to kill people to increase profit, we hear the argument that it was a corporate-wide decision. We hear that there was no single person to hold accountable. They tell us that many people were involved in the acts and we can't throw that corporation in prison. The U.S. Supreme Court expanded the definition of person even further for American corporations. The big winner were the corporations that are the most corrupt. This is a Supreme Court that is packed mostly with lawyers who were employed by America's most powerful corporations before they became judges. It's a court full of judges who sit on the court largely because the corporate powerhouses they once represented helped put them there. Their decisions are predictable. When this court finished writing its opinion about treating corporations more like people, the product they delivered looked like one of those warm and fuzzy Hallmark greeting cards that rallies our emotions with feel-good pictures of puppies and kittens and cherub-like babies. By way of words, they're going to paint a Norman Rockwell-like picture that's going to make us want to invite this saint-like corporate person to dinner with our families. A word of advice, though, if you do invite him over for dinner, send the children to another room and count the silver settings before this corporate person leaves the house. Most importantly, recognize that Mother Teresa character that the U.S. Supreme Court tries to sell you has more in common with Freddy Krueger. As this court expands the constitutional protections of this poor, misunderstood entity known as the corporate person, they should also spend some time expanding avenues that allow us to do what we do with any psychopath who harms our family. Put handcuffs on them and throw them in prison.
Sort of announcing to the world, as the commander-in-chief, that the policy of the previous administration, that America First policy, is done and over with, and this is a new day.
With China. How the United States, Europe, and Asia work together to secure the peace and defend our shared values and advance our prosperity across the Pacific will be among the most consequential efforts we undertake. Competition with China is going to be stiff. That's what I expect, and that's what I welcome, because I believe in the global system Europe and the United States together with our allies in the Indo-Pacific worked so hard to build over the last 70 years. We can own the race for the future. We have to ensure that the benefits of growth are shared broadly and equitably, not just by a few. We have to push back against the Chinese government's economic abuses and coercion that undercut the foundations of the international economic system. Everyone must play by the same rules. It's not about pitting East against West. It's not about we want a conflict. We want a future where all nations are able to freely determine their own path without a threat of violence or coercion. We cannot and must not return to the reflective opposition and rigid blocks of the Cold War. Competition must not lock out cooperation on issues.
The New World Order wants total control. We know China has that control. That's the reason why they're going to lead us into the fourth industrial revolution. Social credit. Cryptocurrencies, all your privacy is out the window. Drones, robots, algorithms that take humanity out of the economy, so therefore you don't have any control. Remember the slaves, even though they're slaves, even though they're cheap, they still control the economy. Unions are still powerful, the ones that we have left. Once they bring in the machines, the machine learning, the algorithms, all that is out the window. And Tether comes up again. After all this time, guys, at $62 billion, now all of a sudden there's issues with Tether. And you know I've been over the Attorney General in New York, stating all the fraud that she saw, but they weren't going to do anything. Because we know regulation, once it comes, 99% of these cryptos are out the window and only 1% is going to be remaining. Anytime USDC gets bought up, they're in good standing. We know, because it's Goldman Sachs. Because we know when it comes to the New World Order, it's all planned out.
Democrats in the House have already passed a bill that would do that. It's sitting in the United States Senate where Democrats have the votes ready to pass it. That's the only way to eliminate the uncertainty and risk that's going to harm American families and our economy. Let us vote and end the mess. Say they will not do their part to avoid this needless calamity. It's an obligation to this country. We're not expecting Republicans to do their part. They made it clear from the beginning. We tried asking to no avail. We're just asking them not to use procedural tricks to block us from doing the job that they won't do. Meteor is headed to crash into our economy. Democrats are willing to do all the work stopping it. Republicans just have to let us do our job. Just get out of the way. You don't want to help save the country? Get out of the way so you don't destroy it. We don't have time to delay with elaborate procedural schemes, which Republicans' proposals require. Scores of votes without any certainty at all, many of which have nothing to do with the debt limit at all. And that's when accidents happen. In the days ahead, even before the default date, people may see the value of their retirement accounts shrink. They may see interest rates go up, which will ultimately raise their mortgage payments and car payments. And the American people, look, I just say it this way. As soon as this week, your savings in your pocketbook could be directly impacted by this Republican stunt. It's as simple as that. Republicans say they will not do their part to avoid this needless calamity. So be it. But they need to stop playing Russian roulette with the U.S. economy. It's one thing to pay our debts already acquired. It's another to require a supermajority to pay the debts already acquired. It's not right. Let the Democrats vote to raise the debt ceiling this week, without obstruction or further delays. Democrats in the House have already passed a bill that would do that. It's sitting in the United States Senate where Democrats have the votes ready to pass it. That's the only way to eliminate the uncertainty and risk that's going to harm American families and our economy. Let us vote and end the mess. You know, we've got to get this done. We must get this done. It is, like, as I said, playing Russian roulette to play these games. We can do it this week. Just get out of the way and let us pass it. Thank you.
And we have Biden, and the debt ceiling is heating up. We know that Democrats can get this passed, guys, but we know the New World Order is setting up the Hegelian dialectic for 2022. Not this year. It's for 2022, where we know that digital yuan rises, and they won't rise that debt ceiling next year. No, because we're going to be moving over to cryptocurrencies. We know everything that Biden said was false. We know the previous administration had nothing to do with this $8 trillion balance sheet. That was the Fed, so they could build this fourth industrial revolution. We know the C word was a distraction to move all this technology in, because we're seeing it now. Because we know when it comes to the New World Order, it's all planned out. You better get your friends and family educated, because the United States is going to lose that dollar reserve currency. And remember, the crypto teacher told you, the world is going to run away from the US dollar. The New World Order works off problem, reaction, solution. And we know the New World Order never lets a good crisis go to waste, because you can do things that you normally would never been able to do. And that's bringing in the robots, algorithms, and drones for the fourth industrial revolution, replacing humanity. Remember, guys, there's only a few that are chosen. You have a wonderful day.
Today we are in the midst of a technological revolution that is fundamentally changing our world, reshaping how we communicate, access information, and purchase goods and services. As the central bank of the United States, the Federal Reserve is charged with promoting monetary and financial stability and the safety and efficiency of the payment system. In pursuit of these core functions, we have been carefully monitoring and adapting to the technological innovations now transforming the world of payments, finance, and banking. The effective functioning of our economy requires that people have faith and confidence not only in the dollar, but also in the payment networks, banks, and other payment service providers that allow money to flow on a daily basis. Our focus is on ensuring a safe and efficient payment system that provides broad benefits to American households and businesses while also embracing innovation. Recently, the rise of distributed ledger technology, which offers a new approach to recording ownership of assets, has allowed for the creation of a range of new financial products and services, including cryptocurrencies. To date, cryptocurrencies have not served as a convenient way to make payments, given, among other factors, their swings in value. Nonetheless, coins tied to the value of the dollar or another currency, known as stablecoins, have emerged as a new way to make payments. These stablecoins aim to use new technologies in a way that has the potential to enhance payments efficiency, speed up settlement flows, and reduce end-user costs. But they may also carry potential risks to those users and to the broader financial system. For example, although the value of a stablecoin may be tied to the value of a dollar, these coins may not come with the same protections as traditional means of payment, such as physical currency or the deposits in your bank account. Therefore, as stablecoins' use increases, so must our attention to the appropriate regulatory and oversight framework. This includes paying attention to private sector payments innovators who are currently not within the traditional regulatory arrangements applied to banks, investment firms, and other financial intermediaries. Technological advances also offer new possibilities to central banks, including the Fed. In particular, technology now enables the development and issuance of central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. A CBDC is a new type of central bank liability issued in digital form. While various structures and technologies might be used, a CBDC could be designed for use by the general public. For the past several years, the Federal Reserve has been exploring the potential benefits and risks of CBDCs from a variety of angles, including through technological research and experimentation. Our key focus is on whether and how a CBDC could improve on an already safe, effective, dynamic, and efficient U.S. domestic payment system. We think it is important that any potential CBDC would serve as a complement to, and not a replacement of, cash and current private sector digital forms of the dollar, such as deposits at commercial banks. The design of a CBDC would raise important monetary policy, financial stability, consumer protection, legal and privacy considerations, and will require careful thought and analysis, including input from the public and elected officials. To help stimulate broad conversation, the Federal Reserve Board will issue a discussion paper this summer outlining our current thinking on digital payments, with a particular focus on the benefits and risks associated with CBDC in the U.S. context. As part of this process, we will ask for public comment on issues related to payments, financial inclusion, data privacy, and information security. We expect to play a leading role in developing international standards for CBDCs, engaging actively with central banks in other jurisdictions, as well as regulators and supervisors here in the United States throughout that process.
Whether it's even legal in many jurisdictions. I think half of the
central bank surveyed, so they weren't sure. Is it legal to create this kind of thing at the moment in either the US or Europe? Chairman Powell and then Jens Wiedemann?
We would. That's a good question, and we would not proceed with this without support from Congress. And I think that would ideally come in the form of an authorizing law, rather than us trying to interpret our law to enable this. So I think that's how we would look at it.
What about the situation in Europe? Is it legal in Europe?
I think by the time we will proceed with, or if we proceed with the central bank digital currency, you can be sure that the legal basis will be.
Hey, Tyler, the Federal Reserve announcing it's taking another step at looking at the possibility of issuing a central bank digital currency, saying it's going to issue a paper. And that paper will be issued this summer that will focus on the benefits and risks of a central bank digital currency. The Fed's going to ask for public comment on whether or if it should do this thing and what the risks are. And Chair Powell saying in a video release that the Fed made available along with this statement that this represents the beginning of a thoughtful and deliberative process when it comes to thinking about a central bank digital currency.
Steve, it's interesting to look at what's happening in China with some of the experiments they've been running with digital currency. It might make it harder for our Fed because obviously China can do more tracking of citizens' use of the currency. They can use monetary tools that our Fed might want to pursue, like putting an expiration date, for instance, on currency when they're trying to stimulate the economy. But it does seem like they'll have to face down concerns on a number of different fronts and maybe clearly delineate what a digital currency can and can't do.
You've got that absolutely right. There are major privacy concerns that come with this kind of currency. And by the way, the Federal Reserve has this thing called Congress that it ostensibly works for that would have to approve of such a thing. Unclear what the public temperature is for this sort of thing. So we're kind of trying to look. The way I describe this, Kelly, is the Fed is the main train that takes you from your suburbs to your city. All of a sudden, over time, these other trains the tracks have been laid down on the side. So there's this Bitcoin train, this other train that are kind of promising sort of to do the same thing. And the Fed's trying to figure out how much of a threat and how much of this new technology it needs to be on board with. And it's kind of inching its way, trying to slow walk this thing. But the technology is moving faster, I think, than the Fed is ready for.
In terms of our competition with other countries for being a dominant player in cryptocurrency, where do we fit? Are we behind the Chinese? Are we behind others but ahead of some? What?
I understand the Bank of England is doing a similar study as this. I think we're behind China. And one of the things that Powell makes a point of is that we will be part. I want to find this exact comment here. It came towards the end of the speech where he said, we're going to make sure we keep pace internationally with what's going on with standards. I'll read you this. Irrespective of the conclusion we ultimately reach, we expect, as in the Fed, to play a leading role in developing international standards for CBDCs, engaging actively with central banks in other jurisdictions as well as regulators and supervisors. So they don't want to be left behind. And yes, I think, Tyler, it's fair to say we're somewhat behind some of the other countries out
Put
there.
this all together, Arafat couldn't have signed this. Clinton wanted to go down in history as making this historical agreement. Barack was losing his popularity. He needed this peace agreement to continue. And they both, for political reasons, pushed Arafat. When Arafat said no, Clinton got on Israeli TV and blamed Arafat.
This grand theater being performed before the world was based off a completely false premise. The first Jews in Palestine were funded by the elite Jewry of Europe, more specifically, the Rothschilds. Their name meaning red shield, it is abundantly clear why. They were the bank, the coat, and the army of Russia during the rise of communism. Communism itself can be directly attributed to the Jewish elite in Germany. These are the same families who not only created and funded the entire operation, but were also the first families to occupy Palestine. Even Christians from Germany began settling in Haifa at the very same time. The only difference between the two is the Christians did not drive out the Palestinians in an ongoing genocidal ethnic cleansing. Much of this chaos is tied to a long string of assassinations and retaliations. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand was the immediate event that sparked the First World War. Ferdinand was an heir to the royal Jewish Habsburg family line and had been assassinated as a consequence of political conflict. After the suicide of Crown Prince Rudolf in 1889, Ferdinand was set to be the family heir, but he was in love with Sophie Chotek, a noblewoman, but not of royal dynastic status. He was strongly urged against this. He married her anyway, but only after renouncing his descendants' right to the throne. Days after the assassination at the hands of a Bosnian Slavic hit squad, Austria made demands to criminally investigate the matter and targeted certain officers in the Serbian military. But the Serbians refused. This was the moment when the literal shit hit the fan. Austria declares war on Serbia a month later, and the chain of events following the single death of Franz Ferdinand led to the deaths of millions. The alliances would defy logic, and anxiety is the method in which this conflict was born. In their uncertainty about the actions of Austria, Russia mobilizes its troops, therefore causing Germany to mobilize its troops, which causes France to mobilize its troops. Over 40 million people died as a result of this war. This is the war that amplified genocide throughout Europe from the beginning of World War I to the end of World War II. In many cases, these genocides were perpetuated by counter-revolutionary student labor groups with ties to Russian Jews. The Young Turks were responsible for the Armenian genocide. The Bolsheviks responsible for the Russian genocide. And the young Bosnians responsible for the entire war. But these groups have always taken their orders from Russian, German, communist Jews. So when Franz Ferdinand was murdered, in reality, the act had been executed by his own people under the guise of a Serbian assassination. The entire world had entered a war based upon false pretense. Similar to how the so-called Jews entered Palestine.
As I take every step, I can see every breath in this rigid landscape. What fire can a man make? And tell me, what chances can a man take if his heart is frozen? What choice? Asking his own voice as he waits for a nigga to get sloppy. He stay poised, 10 minutes and he spot him like got him with the drop on him. Opportunity to feed somebody. Options. Ain't do it, don't. But when and where? How and why ought to go without saying. My nigga, he ain't playing, these ain't games out here. We untamed out here. And don't nobody give a f about fame out here. And if you think a motherfucker caught your name out here, pow, you gotta blow a motherfucker brain out here. We need a pistol when a nigga gotta eat. Can't take a hot shower, so we gotta pack the heat. And it's a cold, cold world out there. It's a cold, cold world out there. It's a cold, cold world out there. It's a cold, cold world.
Now we see Elizabeth Warren speaking against private cryptos, stating why we just don't have a CBDC. The Fed is doing great. At first, she always attacks the Fed. Now she's for the Fed's dollar. We know that we're already digital already. Majority of people get paid, whether they're doing a paycheck or business, everything is digital. And then also they keep talking about China. what China's digital currency is doing. China wants total control over the people. And please store this narrative, guys, because we know the central banks who control the US dollar, the same central banks that control China. This has always been a part of the plan. Remember, Anthony Sutton told us about this a long time ago. China has control over Bitcoin mining for a reason. Now, we had the professor talk about Bitcoin being banned. We know they're not going to ban Bitcoin because we know about Bitcoin Lightning and the central banks controlling it. Remember, Bitcoin in the white paper was supposed to scale. The central banks got together and Blockstream to stop that. Bitcoin is going to be a piece of this puzzle. Remember the end game, guys, what David from R3 said. If we want to boost the economy, airdrop this free money. They have 3 to 6 months to spend it, or poof, it's gone. Keep that in your head, people, because that's exactly where they want to move it to. We know in China they only can spend the money on certain retailers. The same way the United States is using universal basic income in certain states in order to get ready for our digital currency. We know that CBDCs are illegal. The only way they can make them legal is by the Hegelian dialectic, showing that private cryptocurrencies are not worth it. We need to go with the normal central banks.
The crypto industry knows about this problem, so they came up with so-called stable coins. And I think we've heard a couple of references to that already today. This is a kind of cryptocurrency that claims to be pegged to the value of a fixed asset, like the dollar. Professor Menand, are these so-called stable coins as safe, reliable, and stable as, say, a digital dollar that's issued by the Federal Reserve?
No, Senator, certainly not. They're much riskier. They're dangerous to both their users and as they grow to the broader financial system. So whereas Bitcoin is something we really haven't seen before, stable coins they're the devil we know, just wearing new clothes. They're teched up versions of money market mutual funds in certain respects.
The Federal Reserve, a trusted institution, could provide a digital version of cash to the public that is secure, stable, and accepted everywhere. So let me ask you, Professor Menand, what role could a central bank digital currency play in reducing these kinds of risks to financial stability?
So a well-designed CBDC could serve as a public alternative to these cryptocurrencies and potentially crowd out their usage. In contrast to private digital currencies, CBDCs would be sovereign, non-defaultable money. They'd be cheaper to use, and they would not be subject to bank run dynamics.
About is exploring how central bank digital currency could serve the American people, but it's clear we need to improve our banking and payment systems. But the testimony and facts discussed here make it clear also that we need to address.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Warren. And I too want to thank you and Senator Kennedy for having this hearing. This is a fascinating and very important topic. I would just like to suggest that as we consider the creation of a central bank digital currency in the United States, one of the most fundamental questions we need to ask ourselves is, what problem is the central bank digital currency trying to solve? In other words, do we need one? It's not yet clear to me that we do. I know there's some who think that a central bank digital currency would be helpful because it would enable the Fed to provide retail banking accounts to Americans. Now, in my view, turning the Fed into a retail bank is not a good idea. Our retail banks actually do a great job of serving the needs of consumers because they compete with one another in the private sector. But it's not just banks. Beyond banks, rapidly evolving technology companies are expanding access to the financial system, providing all types of financial products and services to consumers, including people of very modest means. I don't think we need a state-sponsored bank interfering with this very successful free enterprise system. Nor do we want a government entity like the Fed positioned to possibly infringe on our privacy, able to track our personal information and monitoring our banking transactions. And does anyone think that the government would provide the high-quality customer service that consumers want from a retail bank? The Fed, after all, has absolutely no experience in that realm. I know others suggest that the U.S. needs to create a central bank digital currency in order to compete with China. The fact that China may well be creating a digital currency doesn't mean it's inevitable that the yuan would replace the dollar as the world's reserve currency. In fact, there are a lot of reasons to believe China's digital currency won't be terribly appealing. China, after all, has a state-controlled economy, has a repressive authoritarian government that's got capital controls on the yuan that make it unattractive as a reserve currency. And let's face it, China's motivation for launching a digital currency in the first place undoubtedly includes tightening its grip on its economy and enhancing surveillance of its citizens. And it would like to be able to surveil others. China likely wants to track every single transaction done with its digital currency and directly control this currency. With features like this, it's doubtful, in my view, that people will flock to the digital yuan and abandon the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. While I'm not at all certain that we need a central bank digital currency.
So in effect, we're financing our trade with China, trade with Japan by our Federal Reserve currency, which is neither federal, it's not federal any more than the Federal Express Company is a federal company. And it has no reserves because it doesn't need any reserves because it prints its own currency. If you can print your own money, what do you need of reserves? You just go and warm up the printing press and turn out another $10 billion. So, and finally, it's not a system. It's called the Federal Reserve System. It's not federal, it has no reserves, and it's not a system, but I'm the only person in the world who's ever defined it in my works as a criminal syndicate. And that's what it is. It's a criminal syndicate, just like the mafia, which is one of its subsidiaries, and the CIA and all the criminal syndicates work out of the Federal Reserve System. Because that's what a Federal Reserve System is. A central bank is a group of bankers which have total control of a nation's economy. And they print their own money, print as much as they want to, and it eventually becomes worthless. And I defined in my work that a central bank's principal role is for war finance, because war finance is the most profitable enterprise you can get into. And so if you're a banker, you're looking for the best investment you can make, which is a war.
The Bank for International Settlements has urged countries to form their own central bank digital currencies so they can offer access but still protect the sovereignty of their currencies. Last Congress, I introduced a bill to regulate managed stable coins as securities. Pegging them to a currency without proper regulation like Facebook has done with them is a step forward, but it does not address all the risks. The issue of crypto assets is so important to us because we must understand what the financial marketplace of the future will look like. Digital assets present an exciting new frontier with the potential to bring the unbanked into our economy. This includes protecting the sovereignty of the U.S. dollar. We cannot allow anyone to compete with our U.S. dollar. Without a sovereign dollar that represents the primary form of currency in this country, we risk destabilizing our financial markets, and I would also suggest that it would destabilize global markets. We must protect the value and merits of the U.S. dollar, both in cash and digital form. Stable coins such as Facebook's diem preventing sovereignty risk to our domestic currency. In other words, there is a risk of these stable coins replacing the U.S. dollar and undermining the Federal Reserve's ability to perform its critical functions as a central bank. The World Economic Forum has warned its member countries of this risk.
I think this is an opportunity to make sure that stable coins are actually based on something, right? And we're not just relying on faith that it's actually pegged to some denomination of the US dollar or another currency. And I think one perhaps way to approach that would be to have this, central banks issue central bank digital digital currencies.
Idea. Look, I won't spend long on Mr. Sherman's remarks, but China is building the creepiest surveillance tool in history. We should absolutely not emulate them. The whole fact that China is doing that is why we should be embracing decentralized distributed ledger technology that is more secure and does protect privacy. We could actually go further to defending freedom and restoring our Fourth Amendment constitutional protections in the financial sector by embracing the potential of this technology, not by being hostile to it. The third-party doctrine has annihilated the whole concept of privacy. And yes, we absolutely should keep the country safe. I could spend a lot longer, but I'm reminded of Proverbs 24, 26.4, so I won't spend longer on his comments.
which became in part the model for the decentralized structure of the Federal Reserve System. A series of financial panics, culminating in the Panic of 1907, prompted Congress to undertake a series of steps toward reforming the nation's monetary system to promote macroeconomic stabilization. Congress passed the Aldrich-Vreeland Act in 1908, establishing an 18-member National Monetary Commission chaired by Rhode Island Senator Nelson Aldrich. The commission was charged with finding a way to reform the nation's monetary system, but progress was slow, and by 1910, the commission could not agree on a plan. Aldrich took matters into his own hands, meeting with a group of bankers on Jekyll to formulate a plan. The group included bankers Paul Warburg, Henry Davidson, and Frank Vanderlip. Also present were Aldrich's secretary, Arthur Shelton, and A. Piet Andrew, a Treasury official. Warburg's attendance was critical because of his knowledge of European banking practices. Aldrich was well aware that his meeting with bankers outside of the commission proceedings would generate controversy, which is why the group met at the remote Jekyll Island location. What emerged from the Jekyll meeting was the so-called Aldrich Plan, presented to the National Monetary Commission as a legislative blueprint. It became a catalyst for debate about the role of the government and banking in the central bank's governance. Representing a departure from the centralized governments of European central banks, the plan proposed that a National Reserve Association would function as the U.S. Central Bank. The association would consist of a federation of 15 regional bank associations, each to be presided over by boards of directors elected by the local banks. Aldrich's proposed central bank would promote economic stability by providing for greater financial stability. Though the bill Aldrich put forward to the U.S. Senate in January 1912 was not acted on, many of the proposals that came out of the Jekyll meeting remained at the core of the subsequent steps in the creation of the Federal Reserve. After the election of Woodrow Wilson in 1912, Congressman Carter Glass of Virginia, who had led an investigation into the concentration of power on Wall Street, assumed leadership of monetary reform, along with Senator Robert L. Owen. The Glass-Owen bill kept the key macroeconomic stabilization mechanisms of the Aldrich Plan, but provided for 8 to 12 districts with a reserve bank in each district. The difference that stood out the most was the governance of the central bank. The debate about a U.S. central bank had been mired in counter-arguments about who would control the system, bankers or appointed government officials. One compromise to resolve this disagreement involved reserve bank governance. Of the 9-member Reserve Bank Board of Directors, only 3 could be bankers. The others were to be engaged in commerce, industry, or agriculture. Another was that the Federal Reserve Board in Washington, D.C. would be the oversight and coordinating agency. The reconciled bill was passed as the Federal Reserve Act and signed into law by President Wilson in 1913. The 12 reserve banks opened about a year later. At the time, the board was made up of 2 ex officio members, the Secretary of the Treasury and the Comptroller of the Currency, and 5 other members appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate. This centenary conference will examine how well the Federal Reserve's historical performance has matched the vision of its conceptual founders, both at Jekyll and in Congress, and what the Fed's near 100-year track record offers for its role going forward.
And why? Because the cult frontman appointed by Bill Gates, Tedros, Director General of the World Health Organization, created by the Rockefellers in 1948, said very early on in the COVID era that you could catch this, quote, virus off money, so better to use cards, etc. And so money plummeted.
A Chinese virologist called Li Mengyan is in hiding tonight after criticizing the Chinese government's duplicitous response to the Wuhan coronavirus. Here's part of what she said to Fox News.
Reason I came to US is because I deliver the message of the truth of COVID-19. If I tell it in Hong Kong, the moment I start to tell it, I will be disappeared and killed. No one can hear me. So for this purpose, I like to go to US and tell the truth of the origins of COVID-19 to the world, to let people understand how terrible, how dangerous it is. This is nothing about politics. This is a thing about whether all the human in the world can survive.
For telling the truth, the doctor says she'll be, quote, disappeared and killed. This is the government the NBA and so much of corporate America and so many of our politicians suck up to, one that murders doctors for telling the truth. This doctor says Beijing is suppressing vital information about the virus.
There are many patients that don't get treatment on time and diagnosis on time. There is no protection for both doctors and the patient and common people. And also, the government doesn't allow people to release such information. Hospital doctors are scared, but they cannot talk. CDC staffs are scared. I feel very disappointed, but I already know this would happen because I know the corruption among this kind of international organization like WHO, to China government, to China Communist Party government.
Let's hope she gets a chance to speak on CNN. Don't bet on it.
Our cover story tonight is about a suspended Twitter account. Let me show you what it looks like. No display image, no tweets, just 2 words in bold. Account suspended. Why is this news? Because this account belongs to Dr. Li Mengyan, a Chinese virologist who has fled China. Dr. Li Mengyan is the same scientist who said that the Wuhan virus was made in a laboratory. We told you about her on Monday. Dr. Li has leveled some very big charges. She claims that the virus was created in a government-controlled lab in Wuhan, a Chinese government-controlled lab. She also says that there was a cover-up and that she was told to not speak about it. Her story has been reported the world over. Dr. Li says she has proof of China's guilt. But Twitter has decided that she's the one who's guilty of spreading fake news. They've suspended her account. What is the proof that Dr. Li has? Her scientific report on the origins of the Wuhan virus. The title could not have been more obvious. It says, and I'm quoting, sophisticated laboratory modification rather than natural evolution. The report says the Wuhan virus, and I'm quoting again, shows biological characteristics that are inconsistent with the naturally occurring zoonotic virus. In other words, she says this virus is not natural. It comes from a lab. Her report has 3 other authors. They all seem to agree. China has not given independent investigators, even WHO teams, any access to Wuhan or its lab. So here's what we say. It is easy to target a doctor who has fled her country and taken on a mighty government. Dr. Li is not the first person who has spoken about a Chinese cover-up or a lab link. Will Twitter take down all such accounts? If this is fake news, will Twitter suspend all accounts which spread fake news? In which case, I would like to draw their attention to 5 posts which have fake news. 5 accounts. The posts were subsequently proven fake. Let me start with one that was posted in the month of March by Hua Chunying, a spokesperson of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She claims that the Chinese national anthem was played in Rome and that Italians chanted Grazie China, meaning thank you China. This is a fake video. Fact checkers have shown how the footage was dubbed with the Chinese national anthem. Last we checked, this post has not been taken down, not even labeled. This account has not been suspended. The second one is from Zhao Lijian, the Chinese wolf warrior diplomat, who said that the Wuhan virus came from American soldiers. This post is still on Twitter with a label that says, "Get the facts about COVID-19." Well, how about labeling it as fake news? The third post on our list Again, Zhao Lijian's profile. Again, the same charge. Blame America for the virus. Again, Twitter put a blue label on the tweet, but no suspension of the account. Chinese diplomats are using this platform to spread lies, and Zhao Lijian is a serial offender. In the month of February, he had shared a video of a plane with relief supplies. He claimed that Australian Chinese were sending these boxes to Guangzhou from Melbourne. It was fake news. We come back to Hua Chunyin, defending China over Xinjiang, where Uyghur Muslims are being targeted. She says what US officials say about Xinjiang is the lie of the century. And to back that statement, she shared a story full of unverified theories. Fact checkers have called out China, but Twitter has not. I've given you only 5 examples. There are many more. And this is not whataboutery. This is an attempt to show you a contrast. Chinese diplomats spread lies, and all Twitter does is label them as state-affiliated. A Chinese whistleblower makes a charge and Twitter suspends her account. I'm not a scientist. I'm not qualified to defend Dr. Lee's study. It must go through the scrutiny of the scientific community, but she should not be denied a platform to share her story. Twitter anyway is on a sticky wicket, and it's going after easy targets. A study by MIT revealed that fake news travels 6 times faster on Twitter than the truth. The research says that falsehoods are 70% more likely to be retweeted. The social media giant is under fire, so it started labeling government accounts. It hid tweets posted by US President Donald Trump. It started tagging state media, starting with Chinese state media, to be fair. But is the targeting of a Chinese whistleblower a political balancing act? We asked these questions to Twitter through an email. It has not responded yet.
Yesterday has been making waves internationally after she became a whistleblower on the Chinese government over their handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, back in December, Dr. Li Menyan, a top scientist working in Hong Kong, was tasked with looking into a cluster of virus cases, which we now know to be coronavirus. She claims she discovered a cover-up operation and that the Chinese government knew about the spread of the virus before publicly acknowledging the outbreak. Determined to share her findings with the world, she was allegedly forced to flee to the US for her own safety. And it's from a secret location that she joins us today. Dr. Yan, thank you so much for joining us. It's an incredible story that you have to tell. And like we say, you're a scientist, you're a virologist, you were working at the Hong Kong School of Public Health. And it was back in December, you were asked to study a cluster of an unknown virus cases coming out of Wuhan, to be precise. What did you discover in those early days?
Hi, good morning. Thanks for having me. So first, let me briefly introduce the whole thing from the beginning. So I'm the medical doctor and also PhD who work in the University of Hong Kong School of Public Health in the WHO reference lab for both influenza and later the new coronavirus. So basically, I work with a bunch of the top coronavirus and also emerging disease experts in the world. And because I had got my 2 degrees from mainland China, and I'm the only one who can speak in Mandarin there, so I'm the one from the core team assigned to go to do the secret investigation about the new pneumonia in Wuhan back to the end December, 31 December last year. So during my investigation, which lasted until twice from early January, end December, early January, to the second time, the mid-January, what I have found is actually report to my supervisor, who's a WHO consultant, but there is no response from WHO and from them because everyone warned me that don't cross the red line and don't keep silence. If not, I will get disappeared. So finally, on 17th January, I know I have to tell it to people because it's urgent. And then I turned to contact a very famous Chinese YouTuber based in US, Mr. Lude, and delivered a 5K pound to him, which was the first time it was told to the world, but it's in Chinese. That is first China government was discovering the COVID-19 situation. The second thing is the whole situation is human-to-human transmission already exists. The third thing is SARS-CoV-2 is a high mutant virus, and it will become the outbreak soon if no control. The fourth thing is the seafood market in Wuhan and all the intermediate hosts, these are the smoke screen. And the final thing is this virus is not from nature. This is based on the China Military Institute discovered and owned some bad coronavirus named ZC45 and ZXC21. Based on that, after lab modification, becomes the novel virus.
So, sorry, Dr. Dr. Jian, if I may interrupt just a second, just to be clear, you're saying we've all been told, we've all heard about these wet markets and the seafood market, and there were claims certainly from the beginning that this is where it started. You genuinely, in your scientific beliefs, you don't believe that's where it came from at all?
No, I have my intelligence from the CDCs in China, from the local doctors, from doctors and other people around China. So also based on my evidence, I work on vaccine and also virology, immunology in the University of Hong Kong. All these things get clearly shown and now get verified. So these are the truths. All the other things are covered up.
Dr. Jian, where does it come from then?
It comes from the lab in Wuhan, and the lab is controlled by China government.
Is it not virtually impossible, though, to definitively prove that?
Yes, actually, I kept doing it from January, even before I leave Hong Kong. At that time, I didn't expose myself. But now my scientific report work with a small group of top scientists in the world in US. It will come to the world soon, very soon, I can tell you. We are going to publish it. There are 2 reports. The first one will come in several days. Okay. And it will tell people evidence, all the scientific evidence.
And when you spoke out, did you worry about your safety?
Oh, actually, from the beginning, I decided to deliver this message out. It was very scary at that time, but I know that's the thing I have to do because I'm the doctor, I'm the scientist. I cannot see it happen. I know if I don't tell the truth to the world, I will be regretful and I will lose the capacity for myself to tell the truth in the future. And actually,
how did you get away? How did you manage to leave and get to safety?
Yeah, so as I said, Mr. Luder in US, he is the director of the board of the Rule of Law Foundation, which is a foundation based in New York and try to help those anti-China government people who reveal the truth to the world. So I contact him and I keep working with him behind to tell the truth until late of April. China government targeted me and they basically tried to make me disappear. I got the information from Mr. Luder, and the foundation and him helped me to manage to get the air ticket and also helped me secretly run away from Hong Kong. And just
how did they try to make you disappear? What did they do to try to make you disappear?
So this is some common sense for our Chinese people who under the China government. We know that basically, like for example, to me, what they have done is delete all my information, especially those things positive for me online. And also they recruit people like cyber military to spread the rumors for me. For example, they said I'm a liar. I'm the one who know nothing, just keep hamster in the lab. And also they make up more lies to cover it up. And they control my friend. They control my family, life-threatening things. Finally, everyone has to admit, even I'm not existing. That's like how it happened to Hong Kong. Those people disappeared in the movement from last year. The same thing.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wondered, I mean, you've had to now sacrifice your family, your friends. I mean, it's a massive sacrifice to make that you've chosen to do. Can I ask, what made you make that decision?
Okay, so actually, I never thought it would happen. I mean, when I did the secret investigation, I just thought I should respond to my supervisor and they will do the right thing on behalf of the government and also WHO. But what I see by deep investigation is no one respond to that. people are scared of the government, and they are willing to collaborate with China government and WHO to get more benefits, to become safe. But this is something, as I say, urgent. At that time, Chinese New Year time, big transportation from Wuhan to China to all over the world. This is a high contagious, dangerous virus. All these things make me cannot keep silence. I mean, this is for human being, for global health. That's what I have to do. Although faced to the life-threatening, I just want to deliver a message as much as possible before I get despaired.
Dr. Yang, we're running out of time. I just want to ask you very quickly, can you give us a little sneak exclusive preview of what you're going to publish in a few days? Give us a world exclusive.
Yeah, it's like the genome sequence is like our human fingerprint. So based on this, you can recognize, identify this thing. So I use the evidence exists in the genome sequence of SARS-CoV-2 to tell people why this is come from the lab in China, why they are the only one who made it, and also everyone who even have no biology knowledge, you can read it and you can check and identify, verify by yourself. This is the critical thing for us to know the origins of the virus. If not, we cannot overcome it. It will be the life-threatening for everyone in our life.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Let's get back to the Federal Reserve. It gets an A on its report card for objective number 1, which is to maintain control over the money markets in New York. Did they reverse the trend toward private capital formation? Boy, did they ever. With interest rates brought down periodically to such attractive levels, individuals and corporations have been enticed away from saving their own money and going to the bank. You'd be a fool not to get that money at those low interest rates. Of course, then the economy contracts and things go a little sour now and then, and the fruit falls from the tree, and they pick it up. They get all your marbles. They get all your assets, your houses, your cars, your factories, your stocks, and your bonds. That's one of the reasons we've had so many bankruptcies in the decades past. Even those companies today which are hanging in there by the skin of their teeth, because it's all they can do to make payments to service their debt to the banks. Notice that many of those companies are now sending more money to the banks as interest on their loans than they send to their stockholders as dividends on their stocks. Think about that. The banks, which created the money out of nothing, no effort at all, no risk really of anything, are making more money out of these giant industries than the people who worked for the money, sacrificed, saved the money, invested it, and risked it. And yet the money is going to the banks. Yes, the Federal Reserve System, in fact, gets an A on its report card for reversing the trend toward private capital formation, and they did it with a flexible currency, just as they had planned to do it. And what about the third objective, which was to pass the losses on to the taxpayers in the name of protecting the people? That is something which I call in my book Operation Bailout, the game called bailout. You may have noticed every time a large bank gets into trouble, not the small banks, they're dispensable. The large banks, when they get into trouble, they're going to be bailed out by the government, which means by your tax dollars and mine, in the name of protecting the people. It doesn't make any difference if there's if it's a private corporation or a city municipality or a third world country, whoever has borrowed megabucks from these banks and now can't service their debt anymore. They have trouble making those interest payments, which is all banks care about. They don't want you to pay back the loan, because they'd have then just the problem of finding somebody else to lend it to. They don't want you to pay back your loan. They want you to pay the interest on the loan and keep those loans going forever. And finally, when people have trouble making those interest payments, and it looks like the bank is going to have to write it off of its books, what happens? They go to Congress. And they say, well, this corporation that's having trouble making its interest payments, we can't let that corporation fold, because look how many thousands of jobs would be lost and people would go on welfare. There would be despair. We must protect the people. Or if it's a third world country, that can't make its interest payments anymore. They said, well, we can't allow that to happen. We must make those payments for them in some way or another. Because if that venerable bank had to write that huge loan off of its books, it would technically be bankrupt. And if it were bankrupt, it might have to close its doors. If that bank were to fall, it's such a huge bank, it'd be like a domino, and it might knock the other banks down too. And we could have a major economic crisis on our hands, and look how the people would suffer. And so Congress dutifully always responds. Remember, Congress is the partner in this scam. Always rushes in and says, yes, we can't allow those bad things to happen to the people. And so they vote the money to guarantee the loans or make outright payments in some very creative fashions so that the interest can continue flowing to the banks. Some of the more memorable games you may have missed over the recent years: Penn Central Railroad was bailed out in 1970, Lockheed Corporation that same year, Commonwealth Bank of Detroit in 1972, New York City in 1975, Chrysler in 1978, First Pennsylvania Bank in 1980, Continental Illinois, the largest of the banks so far, in 1982, and of course we know how many third world countries out there have had their debts funded. The money comes from the IMF World Bank so they can continue making their payments. And the IMF World Bank gets their money from the Federal Reserve System, and the Federal Reserve System gets it from us in the form of that mandrake mechanism and the hidden tax called inflation, or direct taxes in some cases. The Federal Reserve System gets an A on its report card on all three of its true objectives. My final topic is a short one, and it has to do with usury. An interesting concept. Usury used to be defined in ancient times as interest on a loan, period. Any interest on any loan was usury. Well, it's been redefined in modern times as excessive interest on a loan, in view of the fact that when people earn their money and they save it, they sacrifice the use of it, and then they loan it to somebody else for their venture. They're entitled to some reasonable return on that sacrifice. Some interest return it seems fair and logical to most people. So the question today is excessive interest. What is that? It was Thomas Edison who said, "People who will not turn a shovelful of dirt on the project, nor contribute a pound of materials, will collect more money than will the people who will supply all the materials and do all the work." When I read that, I wondered if that was true. I took my calculator and I ran the numbers. You might try this sometime. If you assume a $100,000 home to be built, and that $30,000 is to go for the land and the architect's fees and the building permits, that kind of thing, $70,000 to go for the actual construction of the house, the materials and the labor. You assume further that the buyer goes to the bank, puts 20% down, takes out a 10% loan for 30 years. Punch in the numbers, and you will see that he will pay to the bank in interest $172,741, compared to $70,000 for labor and materials. In other words, as Edison said, 2.5 times more will be paid to the banks who did nothing than for those who provided all the labor and all the materials. And you may say, well, yeah, that's true, but don't forget the time value of money. Reasonable interest is rational. People need to be compensated for the sacrifice of their money over 30 years. That's a long period of time. Wait a minute. Not this money, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody earned this money. Nobody saved this money. Nobody sacrificed anything for this money. This money was created out of nothing. And I suggest that $172,741 interest on nothing is excessive. I think we need to focus on this issue. We need a new definition of the word usury. Any interest on any loan of fiat money, meaning money created out of nothing. Now, this example of $172,741 unearned interest on a $100,000 home is like a grain of sand in the Sahara. Look around the desert. All of the other homes of America, all the factories, all the machinery in the factories, all of the high-rise buildings, the hotels, all the airplanes, the automobiles, the farm equipment, the farm structures, everything that we have, we're looking at a similar relationship here. This is staggering. To consider the amount of money that is in this huge, wide river of wealth flowing into the banking cartel because the money was created out of nothing. It's such a wide river of wealth, you can't even think across it in your mind. It's perpetually moving into the banking cartel. This is a dead short across the productive capacity of America. This is money that should be going to the people who produce and who create, instead of being siphoned off through a scam. Think of what our standard of living could be if it weren't for this dead short across our economy. Well, where is this money going? This river, where is it flowing? You get the mental picture that maybe it's going into a lake somewhere or behind a dam. All this money is rising, accumulating. People are getting richer and richer and richer. No, not so. It's not how it works. They're spending the money. What are they spending it for? Well, they're not spending it for more yachts and more mansions. That's not it. I mean, they got rid of the mansions back on Jekyll Island. They got bored with those things. Once a person has all the money that they can possibly use for the material pleasures of life, what is left? Sure, power. Absolutely. They are spending this money for power, ladies and gentlemen, to acquire power over you and me and our children. They're literally buying up the world with it. But I don't mean they're buying up the real estate or the hardware. They're buying up control over people. Technically, in sociological terms, they're buying control over the power centers, which means those groups and institutions through which people live and work and follow leadership and accept information. People are always associated in groups, and they work in groups, they move in groups. And these groups have heads of them, leaders. And this money has been going for many years to acquire influence, if not control, over the leaders of these power centers in society. So they can therefore indirectly influence and control you and me. Specifically, that means they have been spending this river of wealth very freely to buy control over politicians, political parties, television networks, cable networks, newspapers, magazines, publishers, wire services, motion picture studios, universities, labor unions, church organizations, trade associations, labor unions, tax-exempt foundations, multinational corporations, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, you name it. Make your own list. I guarantee you, if you have a large, influential organization which influences people, you will find that this river of wealth has been flowing partly into an attempt to acquire control over the leadership of these institutions and organizations, especially those which are offered as opposition, especially those which supposedly are to stop this whole process from happening. Now, this has not only been going on in America, but this has been going on in every nation of the world, pretty much in the industrialized nations as it has gone on here. But I'd like to call your attention to what's been happening in the so-called third world, or the underdeveloped nations. This process is now complete. It's not going on, it's finished. They literally have bought those nations. Have you ever wondered what's going on there with the IMF World Bank? Every once in a while on the back page of the newspaper you read that Congress once again authorized another $100 billion or so to go to the World Bank. And then it explains very carefully that this money is being used for humanitarian reasons. It's being used to uplift the standard of living of these poor people. That is an appearance of the fourth kind if you ever saw one. It's not being used for that at all. If it is, they're not doing a very good job, because after all these years, you cannot point to one of those countries which has had its standard of living raised one iota by this vast expenditure of money, because it was never designed to do that. The money does not go to the people. It does not go to the industries or the businesses of those countries where it might have a chance of raising the standard of living. It goes to the politicians, doesn't it? It goes to the governments of those countries, and it is used specifically to perfect and strengthen the control mechanisms over their people. Usually this starts out as an inefficient dictatorship, but by the time they get the UN money, it ends up as an efficient dictatorship. They have a better organized and equipped army. They have a better paid bureaucracy, more people in the bureaucracy. They have more ways of controlling their subjects. They have food chains that they can offer to their friends and deny it to their enemies. This money is used to build totalitarian systems in every country that you want to point to and analyze. You see, these people, these leaders of these countries, for the most part, couldn't care less about the standard of living of their subjects as long as they live well. They live in their mansions, have their yachts, their jet aircraft, and they go to New York and live in the Waldorf Astoria while they attend United Nations meetings. They're very happy with that. They have no ideology. Communism, socialism, fascism, capitalism, what difference does it make? Where's the money? That's it with these people. We know how welfare families in this country can be second, third generation families, and there's no hope at all of getting them off the dole because they can't imagine any other way of life. This happens at the international stage, too. We're dealing with countries now that are second, third, in some cases fourth generation welfare governments. They don't know how to survive unless that money comes free through the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, means from us. There's no way in the world they're going to break free from that. These countries, ladies and gentlemen, have already been purchased, lock, stock, and barrel, in this fashion, and they are now in place in the New World Order. And they're simply waiting for us to show up. And that's the other side of the coin, because not only does this transfer of wealth to these countries from us not raise their standard of living, but it does in fact help to lower ours. And this too is part of the plan. A strong nation is not a candidate for surrendering its sovereignty. But if a nation can be brought to its knees, if it is hungry, desperate, if it has chaos on its in its streets, if it has political turmoil, then the people in that nation will much more likely accept any solution that's offered to them by their government or by a world government. If there's anarchy in the streets, as we saw in Watts, in Los Angeles, people were joyous when the soldiers showed up. They were joyous because this now was an end to anarchy. It was a dress rehearsal. They won't care whether the helmets on these people are blue or brown. If it says UN on the side, that won't make any difference. They'll say, thank God for the UN, finally brought and restored peace to our streets. And if people are hungry and they're out of work and they don't know what to do in the economy, they'll be so thankful for a UN monetary unit which has purchasing power a little bit. Thank God for this UN money, because the old American dollars are kaput. Don't know what to do with it. This is the plan, ladies and gentlemen, to weaken America. And so that's the process. And I'm mentioning this because I want to emphasize to you that what is going on here has nothing at all to do with wealth. The name of the game now is power. Well, now what are we going to do about this? Obviously, If we just restrict our attention to the subject which is ours tonight, the Federal Reserve System, the answer is clear. We have to slay the creature, but how are we going to do that? The creature was created by Congress, and that's how it's going to be slain. Congress can do it and will do it if we build enough fire under those chairs in Washington. I think it was Clyde Watts, General Clyde Watts, years ago, said, he was speaking of judges in those days, but he could have as well talked about congressmen. He said, they may not see the light, but they can feel the heat. And this is true. I don't know if you folks know, well, I know many of you folks here know all about the TRIM committees, which are part of the John Birch Society. They have proven themselves to be excellent ways of getting some of these big spenders out of Congress. It just happened. We saw, but I think it was 30 of them replaced. Not entirely because of TRIM activity, but believe me, it had a lot to do with it. This is something that works. And even those that didn't come up, that didn't get replaced, they're having their voting records changed. I don't have the name here, unfortunately, but I heard just the other day there was some congressman. We had the letters shown to us there. Here was a guy with his voting record it was very bad. He was voting for big government and higher taxes. And the TRIM committee started to hand out his TRIM bulletins in his district, and it was at a gun show. And he came over and says, take those things off the table. And he was irate. He said, well, we can't do that, Congressman. That's your report card. You know. And he wrote a real nasty letter or two, and they had copies of it. And he said, you know, I think that these TRIM bulletins are good for one thing, and that's to line the bottom of the bird cage. That's what he said. The next election, his report card was all good. He decided, I can't get rid of these TRIM bulletins. He's changed his voting, and the next report card was good. He straightened out. He had no particular principles, but these fellows put their finger to the wind, and they can tell which way it's blowing. If he wanted to be reelected, he had to get into step. And I know that a lot of these people go around saying, well, I've been trying to warn my constituents of this danger for many years, once the fire is built under their seats. So that's a very important program, and we can do it simply by exposing the voting records of these people and not just taking their words. Now, all of this, of course, this whole program requires an informed electorate, and that doesn't just happen. You don't inform the electorate just by wanting it to happen. You have to have quality educational materials. You have to know that they're accurate. You have to be able to rely on them. You have to have an organization to prepare and distribute these materials. They just don't go out on their own. I mean, I could have written this book, for example, and it would have just stacked up in my garage without the Speakers Committee, without the Birch Society's programs and its chapters and its people in place, its coordinators. It takes organization to make these things happen. And of course, not the least of which, it takes leadership, which has proven its ability and its expertise, particularly its integrity, so it can offer real solutions instead of non-solutions, and leadership which is not going to be purchased and run by the opposition. And of course, that is the mission of the John Birch Society. If there's anybody here who's not a member yet, I just want to tell you that the Society is an ideological army, and the time has come to enlist. I think it was Patrick Henry who put it pretty well. He said, our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? Now, the bad news is that time is running out. It used to be that I told people that about some of these problems, and they would say to me, could never happen in America. You're just exaggerating, you know. And now they say, how much time do you think we have left? Because you can see it. It's all around us. The New World Order is being built around us. We have a world army being built, a world court being built, a world taxing authority being built, a world trading authority being built. It's being built all around us. You realize right now, as we speak, over half of our standing military is now serving under foreign officers. This thing is going rapidly, ladies and gentlemen. So we're running out of time. But the good news is we still have time. We still have time, and we have the freedom to work. We can do it if we'll work like the Dickens, like our freedom and our lives depended upon it. They do. That's precisely what does depend on it. So instead of being sour about how late the hour is, we should rejoice over the fact that we still have freedom. We still can meet like this. We can hold public meetings. We still have elections. We can still throw these scoundrels out. So what we need to do now is just get to work and do that which we must do. We can still overthrow the government of the United States every 2 years without firing a single shot if we'll simply discharge the responsibility of citizenship, which comes along with being free men. So that's my message with you, ladies and gentlemen, and that is that whatever it is you plan to do for your freedom or your country, do it now. And a good place to begin is to send Epictetus back to Phrygia. And let's convert that mammoth appearance of the fourth kind into a disappearance of the first kind. Thank you. My research on this topic, I came to the conclusion, which may startle you folks here, that the Federal Reserve System does not need to be audited. It needs to be abolished. And the reason I say that is because I'm sure that if they audited the Federal Reserve System, they would find out that it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. There's no secret there. There's no shenanigan going on behind the scenes. It's all out in the open. If we'll just study the Federal Reserve System on the basis of what we know already, if we'll read their literature, if we'll dig into the history, we find out that it's one of the greatest scams of all history. Out on the surface, it doesn't need an audit. An audit, I'm sure, would merely delay the process for a couple of years, give the American people the false impression that something is being done about this problem, and at the end of 2 years they'd say, well, the books are clean. I came to the conclusion that the Federal Reserve needed to be abolished for 7 reasons. First of all, it is incapable of accomplishing its stated objectives. 2, it is a cartel operating against the public interest. 3, it is the supreme instrument of usury. 4, it generates our most unfair tax. 5, it encourages war. 6, it destabilizes the economy. And 7, it is an instrument of totalitarianism. Now, I don't know what you think about those 7 points. I know that a lot of you are totally in agreement with it. I can tell by your reaction. I trust that there are some skeptics here tonight. I hope there are. Otherwise, I feel like the minister talking to the choir. Usually there are skeptics in my audience, and frankly, those are the ones I'm most interested in talking to. And for the skeptics, I'm sure that you're thinking, those sound like pretty far-out statements. How could you ever demonstrate them to be true? But I think you would agree, regardless of your preliminary conclusion about those statements, that if any of them could be proven to be true, there would be good enough reason to abolish the Federal Reserve System. So let's take a look and see whether they can be supported. Time doesn't permit to go into all 7 of those here this evening, but I would like to splash around on at least the first 4 of them to show you that indeed there is ample evidence to support these conclusions. In Congress, when Congress is spending money far and beyond what it takes in taxes. How can Congress spend more money than its income in taxes? Basically what happens is the Congress goes down to the Treasury and asks for, let's say it's $1 billion more that they need this day. And the Treasury official says, you guys got to be kidding, we don't have any money here. You spent it all long ago. Everything we take in taxes is long spent. And Congress says, well, we kind of figured that was the case, but we thought somebody might have dropped by and left some money. They said, we know what we'll do. We'll borrow the rest of it. So they go down the street to the printing office. Now notice they're not going to print money. They're going to print certificates. Nice, big, fancy certificates with borders on the corner and an eagle at the top and a seal at the bottom. And it'll say, United States Treasury bond. And so Congress takes it and it wants the public to step forward and loan them money in exchange for the IOUs. Sometimes that's called buying bonds. No, you're not buying anything. You're loaning money to the government and getting an IOU in return. And a lot of people in the private sector and institutions are anxious to loan money to the government. Why? Because they have heard that it's the best investment you can possibly make, the most secure investment, because it is backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. The full faith and credit of the United States government means that the federal government solemnly promises to pay you back your money plus interest. If it has to take everything you've got in the form of taxes to do it, it will do it. It's a promise to tax you. And people don't think this thing through. They think, oh, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful investment, and I'm going to get some of my money back. Anyway, that's a little side issue. The government is able to borrow a tremendous amount of money and therefore spend more than it takes in taxes through this process. But never enough. They always need more than that. Not to worry, they say. They walk further down the street to the Federal Reserve Building. Now the Fed has been waiting for them. That's one of the reasons it was created. They walk in there and the Federal Reserve officer opens up his desk drawer, pulls out a big checkbook, and he writes a check to the United States Treasury for $1 billion and hands it to them. Now we need to stop and ask a question. Where did they get that money? $1 billion, that's a lot of money. Who put the money into that account for the Federal Reserve so they could give it to Congress or to the Treasury? And the answer is, there is no money there. There's absolutely zero. There's just a checkbook. Well, if you and I were to do that, we would go to jail. But they can do it because Congress wants them to do it. This, in fact, is the payoff. This is the benefit to the government for being in the partnership. The government can go to the Federal Reserve and obtain instant amounts of any amount of money they want without having to confront the taxpayer and say, we're going to raise your taxes for this money directly. It would be very unpopular if Congress had to go to the public and say, you know, we have a lot of money we want to take from you folks, and it's going to cost you $3,000 per family more than it did last year. You know how long they'd last in office. So they like this mandrake mechanism very well. The public doesn't know that it's costing them anything. It's just how it works somehow. So this money, this $1 billion, springs into being precisely at the instant that the Federal Reserve officer signs the check and gives it to the government. Now let's see where the banking cartel benefits from this partnership. The money that's created out of nothing and given to the government spends for its purposes. But the money that's created out of nothing by the banks is not spent by the banks, it's loaned by the banks to you and to me, and we pay interest on it. Not too shabby. Interest on nothing. I wish I had a magic checkbook like that, where I didn't have to have any money, just a checkbook. And I could write checks, $10,000, $20,000, $100,000 all day long and loan them to you folks, and you pay me interest on it. You see? Not too shabby at all. This, in fact, is the payoff to the commercial banks in the cartel. This scam has become legitimized by law, and we're told it's a wonderful thing. We think our banking system is wonderful. but it's a scam. Not only interest on nothing, but perpetual interest on nothing, because notice, once this money is created, if you pay it back, they have it on their ledger as a credit. They can loan it out again to somebody else, and the whole object is to keep loaned out. They don't like the money not loaned out because you can't earn interest on it. When it's in the inkwell, it doesn't do them any good. So remember, there's nothing here except ink in the well or electronic impulses in the computer. That's all there is. So they're collecting interest on that. But that's not the end of the process. That is how money is created in America, but that's not the end of it because it has consequences. What impact does that have on us? Are we involved in this in any way? Well, yes, we are. I've heard people say, gee, those fellows are really smart. I guess they deserve to be rich. You know, as though it didn't affect them in any way. Let's follow it. This money that's created out of nothing goes into the economy, and it dilutes down the value of the dollars that were already out there. It's like pouring water into the pot of soup. It dilutes the soup. And so the economy is diluted by these new dollars, and prices start to go up, or they appear to be going up. It's the process called inflation. I say appear to go up because prices really don't go up, ladies and gentlemen. What's happening is that the value of the dollar goes down. Right. That's what we're witnessing here. If we had a real monetary system, real money backed by gold or silver or anything of tangible value, coffee cups, anything that couldn't just be created out of nothing behind our money, you would find that the purchasing power of that money would remain constant over a long period of time. These things we carry around, we call them dollars. They're not. They're really Federal Reserve notes. They buy less and less and less because they keep creating more and more and more of them, and they dilute the economic soup. But we still haven't followed this to the end of the trail. We've lost some purchasing power through this thing called inflation. But how many people ask the question, who gained? Inflation erodes the value of those dollars. So you know, to borrow is to gain. And the people who don't borrow, who save, they're the ones who are losing. But notice, however, that this gain that the borrower gets, he has to turn right around and give to the bank in the form of interest on nothing. So he doesn't really gain at all. It appears to be gain, it's paper gain, but his gain actually goes back to the bank as interest on nothing. Now, yes, during times of inflation, his paper assets expand, expand, expand. Golly, this real estate looks like it's worth a lot of money right now. But then the economy contracts, and he's wiped out. He doesn't have anything. And notice that when you go to the bank and you go to borrow some of this nothing money, did they expect nothing from you in return? No. They want you to sign over and pledge as collateral your car, your house, your assets. Hard assets. Who got your lost purchasing power? Big surprise, ladies and gentlemen. The two members of the partnership called the Federal Reserve System. It's the government and the members of the banking cartel. Those are the ones who got your purchasing power. Now, there in a nutshell is an overview of the Federal Reserve System. The payoff on the government side is that they're able to tax their people. And don't forget, inflation is a tax. You pay it, you have no escape. It's a hidden tax, but it's a tax just the same. And so the government is able to tax the people without them even knowing they're paying the tax. And on the banking cartel side, they're able to collect perpetual interest on nothing. We got a corporation chartered by Congress, which was given an exclusive franchise to create the nation's money. We got a mechanism whereby Congress has been able to raise unlimited amounts of taxes through inflation without the American people even knowing that they're paying the tax. And we got a mechanism whereby the banks can earn perpetual interest on nothing. I'd like to turn our attention now to an intriguing question, which is, who owns the Federal Reserve System. That the Federal Reserve System is not a government agency at all. It's a private corporation. It's run by the private banks. And what we need to do, they'll say, is to abolish the Fed and turn it over to Congress so it can be run for the benefit of the people. It is true that the Federal Reserve System is not an agency of the federal government. As I mentioned before, it is a corporation chartered by Congress. And like all corporations, it has stock certificates. And these certificates are held, in this case, by the member banks within the system. All the banks, remember this is a cartel, independently owned banks make up this system. They hold the stock certificates. All right. Now, up to that point, it looks as though this has all the attributes of a privately held corporation. But that's as far as it goes. Because these stock certificates do not carry with them any of the powers of private ownership. Also, the larger banks have put up more capital into the system than the smaller banks. It's not a lot of money, but it's related to their assets. The larger banks put up more, have more stock certificates than the smaller banks. And yet, regardless of that, all of the banks have one vote. So there's another violation of the principle of private ownership. Furthermore, that vote doesn't buy anything of substance. These banks cannot vote for their national management. The Federal Reserve System is run by the Board of Directors of the Federal Reserve System, the National Board, and its chairman, all of whom are appointed by the President. The stock certificate holders have no voice in that whatsoever. The only thing they can vote for are the members of the board of their local regional banks, so-called banks. But guess what? The chairman and the vice chairman of those regional banks are appointed by the national board. Guess what? They can vote for their officers of the regional banks, but they can be overridden. The national board has veto power over those people. You get the picture here? In spite of this sales job, of this diffusion of power over the 12 regional banks, these banks have no power at all. It's all concentrated in the national board. The only thing that the regional banks can do, according to their charters, of any substance, is to set the interest rates within their regions. But guess what? Even that is subject to veto by the national board. So you come to the conclusion that these people at the national board are not authorized to do anything except play golf. See, that's the way it was designed. This fiction of this diffusion of power throughout the system was just to sell it to the American people in 1913. It's a vestige. It serves no function whatsoever today at all, and was never designed to. So we don't have a corporation in the strict sense of the word, a privately held corporation. And we don't have a government agency in the strict sense of the word. So what do we have? Well, the fact is we have a hybrid. It's a mixture. It's half government and it's half private. It is, in fact, exactly what you would expect it to be, considering that it is a partnership between the government and a private cartel. It's half government and it's half private. So this structure is unique to reflect its unique form. But this isn't so important as to who owns it, how many shares of stock, and what the voting is. The question is, what does it do? Insofar as merely abolishing the Fed, as some people have said, many people have said, abolish the Fed and turn it over to the Treasury or turn it over to the Congress so it can be run for the benefit of the people. Always make sure you say it's for the people, and that makes it okay. It would do the same thing over there that it does over here. It's not a question of who owns it, it's what does it do, and as long as it is a central bank, which means as long as it has the power and the mandate to create money out of nothing, that's what it's going to do. It's going to create money out of nothing, and I'm sure the same people will run it over there that run it over here. We must remember that all of the central banks of Europe are in fact direct agencies of their respective governments. They are not these hybrid organizations over there that they are here, because there was no necessity to create that myth over there. They just went right for it. It's an agency of the government over there. And they all do exactly the same thing as our Federal Reserve System does here. So you see, just turning it over to Congress without taking away its power to create money out of nothing is a non-solution. And I'm sure that the people who run this would be willing to use the same kind of deception they did back when it was created. They would pretend to resist that idea. They would fight it with all of their might, at least in public, knowing that they could yield on that and have it turned over to the Congress, and they'd still have control over it. So that is a non-solution. I'd like to talk now about what the objectives of the Federal Reserve System are, because if we're going to say if it were turned over to Congress, it would pursue the same agenda, what is that agenda? Extremely important thing to focus on, because we're told that the purpose of the Fed is to stabilize the economy. And everybody kind of believes that. I mean, when Greenspan comes on and says, well, we're raising interest rates now, why? To stabilize the economy, right? To prevent inflation. In other words, to protect you folks. To protect you. And we buy it. Well, one of the most widely used textbooks in our schools right now, a textbook on economics written by Paul Samuelson, explains it this way. It says, quote, "The Federal Reserve sprang from the panic of 1907 with its alarming epidemic of bank failures. The country was fed up once and for all with the anarchy of unstable private banking." It's partly true. It's just they came up with the wrong solution. Just because there's a problem doesn't mean that any old solution that somebody has to offer is the best. In fact, it may be a non-solution. That's what we're talking about. Just turning this system over to the government to run is a non-solution.
Going to a different economy, and we're going to be learning more about that as we go. But clearly, we're learning that things can be done from remote locations. We're learning that technology can replace people even more than we thought.
We're not going back to the same economy. We're recovering, but to a different economy, and it'll be one that is more leveraged to technology. And I worry that that is going to make it even more difficult than it was for many workers.
In Silicon Valley, and my friends who work in technology know that what we did to the manufacturing workers, we are now going to do to the retail workers, the call center workers, the fast food workers, the truck drivers, and then even bookkeepers, accountants, insurance agents, lawyers, and on through the economy. So what happened to the manufacturing workers is a very clear sign.
This effort. And China has big plans for this. They intend to seed their digital yuan into the global environment by giving it away to visitors at next winter's Olympics. When they arrive at the airport, they're going to get yuan digital wallets. They're going to receive digital yuan. They're going to use it throughout their visits to Beijing, and then they're going to take it back to their home countries. They see this as a huge advantage. Why? Because who controls the underlying protocols, who controls the underlying standards of the future of money will control the future.
We believe in the resurrection of the righteous. We believe in the judgment. We believe this first judgment will take place as God revealed right here in America. The judgment will take place in America. The resurrection will take place in America. The judgment will take place in America. The separation will take place in America, and the destruction will take place in America. Doom will take place in America. Doomsday will take place right here. This is the place the Bible is talking about. When the Bible mentions Babylon, it means America. When the Bible mentions Sodom and Gomorrah, that's America. When the Bible mentions Egypt, that's America. This is Rome. This is Babylon. This is that wicked kingdom that God is going to come and set fighting to in the last day. And you're living in that day right now. And we respect His law. We obey His law. You won't find us pretending to love them. They're not worthy of our love. But we respect their law. We respect their plan. We respect their government. We don't believe in it, but we respect it. We respect authority. We respect those who have positions of authority. But that doesn't mean we have to love those people or like those people or trust those people. They are not worthy of our trust. And they are not worthy of our love. And they won't get our love. teaching is hypocritical and is made by those who are trying to deceive. I purposely say the government. That's who it is. FBI, CIA. Why do they engage in this form of harassment? They engage in such harassment because the American government wants to speak. You have no business in a government as a second-class citizen paying first-class tax. The government of the United States should exempt our people from all taxation as long as we are deprived of equal justice under the laws of the land. We believe in the resurrection of the dead, not in the physical resurrection, but in mental resurrection. Then you said all of it. What about the resurrection? You said that our people are dumb. You're the one that the book is talking about who is dead. Dead to the knowledge of yourself. Dead to the knowledge of your own people. Dead to the knowledge of your own God. Dead to the knowledge of the devil. Well, you don't even know who the devil is. The one down inside the ground that's going to burn you after you die. The last stage will be taught the truth. The trumpet of truth will sound in your ear. And it's being sounded today, the trumpet of truth. And this truth strikes your ear and strikes your heart. It'll open your eyes. It'll open your ears. It'll make you stand up. It'll do the same thing for you that truth did for the dry bones in the valley. Because the picture of dry bones in the valley is talking about you. The picture of Lazarus laying dead 4 days is talking about you. You are Lazarus. You are the dry bones. You are the prodigal son. You are the lost sheep. You are the people about whom the Bible is speaking, who will stand up in the last day when the trumpet is sounded. We believe we are the people of God's choice. That's what we believe. We believe we're the chosen people. We don't believe Jews are the chosen people. We don't believe Jews are the ones going to the promised land. We don't think Jews are a part of God. No, Jews are nothing but the devils that come out of Europe. They didn't even come out of the Holy Land.
Are looking at this constant centralization of power. And at every stage, fewer people are dictating to more and more. And there's another equation in this, which is that the more you centralize power, the more power you have at the center to centralize even quicker. So it gets faster and faster and faster and faster. And so if you look at the COVID era, basically it's been a period, the last 2 years, 18 months since the first lockdown, a period in which what has been happening in the background, in the shadows, in the peripheral vision, this manipulation, has gone on public display. Facebook, take Amazon, take many of these companies. They are cult companies. They were created with cult money, which was limitless. And so what happens is they are built up to become monopolies. And in their developmental period, they are allowed to lose loads of money. Look at Amazon, for goodness sake, loads of money year after year, phenomenal amounts of money, because they're building a monopoly. And so you then reach the point where you have your near monopoly and you start to make vast amounts of money. And at that point, you can start dictating the odds. You know, this is why suddenly after we had a free internet, now YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Google, etc., are involved in the most extreme hysterical censorship, which is simply digital book burning that the Nazis engaged in. And what you're doing is you have these companies being built up with CIA money in terms of Facebook, etc. And they are competing against other companies. You could call them genuinely capitalist companies that have entrepreneurs that are using their creativity. But those other companies they're competing with do have to watch the bottom line. They can't go on losing money year on year on year. And so they're under a tremendous disadvantage to these cult companies that have a limitless cash flow until they don't need it anymore because they dominate the market. And then what happens, and we've seen this with Facebook and so many others, is when other companies come along, they just buy them up. When the competition comes along, they buy them up and they take them over. And they basically have no competition in the end worth the name. And that's cartelism. When you see groups within the same financial area, be they oil companies, be they social media companies, be they banks, whatever, moving as one unit, to control the market. That's not capitalism. That's communism. That's centralization of control. And when you have your other cult-created organizations like PayPal and these other groups in the financial area, who then say to people who are competing against cult companies like Facebook or social media, when independent social media entrepreneurial people, proper capitalist people, if you like, start to build up non-censored social media platforms and non-censored video platforms, what happens is these cartel companies like PayPal and other payment companies come in and say, no, we're not going to work with you anymore. So you can't go on operating, because you can't operate without us, because we control this market, this payment market. So you've had it. And then you have the example with Parler, the social media company that came up. Because what they say, you see, this is the con. They say, oh, well, no, Facebook and Twitter, they should have the right to censor what they like because they're private companies. If you want to have no censorship, then start your own. And then you do start your own. And these cartel companies then come in and say, we're going to shut you down. So Amazon just shut Parler down. Because Amazon, people think, oh, Amazon's about ordering goods and they arrive in the post. But no, Amazon have a fantastic breadth of control of what they call the cloud and the whole computer server operation. It's massive, and therefore they can shut you down. And so what we've seen is more and more power in these various expressions of the economy being handed to fewer and fewer people, so they can not only dictate what goes on, they can stop any other genuinely capitalist competition from actually competing with them. And what if we look at lockdown? This is a vital area. What I've been saying and writing now for decades is the plan for what I call the Hunger Games Society. And the Hunger Games Society, I called it something else before, but after the Hunger Games movie trilogy came along, I called it the Hunger Games Society because those movies portrayed what this Hunger Games Society I'm talking about plans to be, which is a tiny few people dictating to everyone else via control of finance and via dependency by the population on the few for the very basics of survival. And I've been writing again for a very, very long time that the plan is and has been to destroy independent income and independent business and force the population to live on what I said was going to be called a guaranteed income, which would be a pittance, and you'd only get it if you do what the government wants you to do. Now that sounded fantastic, when I first started talking about it. But this is why lockdown has been instigated, not to protect health, load of nonsense, but to destroy independent business, independent employment, and independent livelihood. Who has benefited from lockdown? Amazon, Facebook, all these major corporations have phenomenally increased their wealth and market share, while genuine entrepreneurs in the small businesses and the medium businesses and even the bigger businesses that are not cult owned have been sitting in their homes under lockdown. And what they did in this period, it's just ended, we're going to see now the consequences, is when they started locking people down in Britain in the spring of 2020, they knew that this lockdown was going to go on and on and on, but they also knew that if they didn't provide some income for those that were told their work was not essential and therefore couldn't be done, then they were going to get massive pushback right from the start because people were not going to be able to pay their bills and buy food for their families. So they introduced furlough. And furlough was simply, I said it at the time, buying silence and buying time for more and more businesses to be destroyed, more and more employment to be destroyed, independent employment, independent businesses. And eventually I said, what they're going to do is they're going to pull the furlough payment, and then you're going to see the consequences, and you're going to see actually what's gone on. And I compared it to a similar situation with Margaret Thatcher and the miners. What Margaret Thatcher did was pay the miners bonus money to produce as much coal as they possibly could. It didn't have to be coal that was needed, just produce as much coal as you can. And the coal stocks got higher and higher and higher because far more was being produced than was being used. And then what did she do? She started closing the pits. And the miners, she knew, and those controlling her knew, would go on strike. But the lights were not going to go out as they did under Ted Heath because the stocks were so high. And they went a year, and the stocks still held out, and they had to march back with their heads bowed, and the mining industry was over. This is how this is what the furlough's been about. And what we know is a very simple thing. Know the outcome and you'll see the journey. If you know where it's meant to go, you'll see the stepping stones to it every day. If you don't, everything seems random. So if you know the journey is to destroy independent business and independent employment with those businesses, then you know that lockdown's coming back because they haven't completed the destruction of it yet. And you look at suddenly this crisis in terms of food fuel shortages, and yes, because of that, food shortages and other reasons, and all these things that are happening now, they are continuing the impact of lockdown, even though we're not in it, because people are desperately trying to run their businesses and get the work done. But under the problem of distribution and fuel, and the I know this from my own books that sent around the world, the container shipping industry, which business, of course, depends upon, is in bloody chaos. And what is happening? Because of it, the prices are going through the roof. The prices of fuel is going up. The price of energy is going up. This is the big squeeze to push people into the lower echelons of the Hunger Games society so they become dependent on the state for the basics of survival. And dependency equals control. All these things, all these dots connect if you know where we're being taken, that the forces that appeared to be controlling the world, like governments and prime ministers and presidents, actually weren't. The real power was in the shadows where you never saw it. So I went on this this journey of uncovering it, and to uncover not only that the power is in the unseen, but what that power is seeking to do in terms of where it wants to take humanity. Now, because you're dealing with psychopaths who have no empathy and no limits, where they want to take humanity is truly, truly horrific, cooperating with that wishes to stop you doing it. And that means independent businesses en masse refusing to cooperate with the next lockdown. See, what they've done, this is an interesting thing, what the British government have done, because they're a bunch of liars, a bunch of psychopaths. And you know, you look at the what's called the hair test, named after the man who devised it, the hair test of psychopathic traits. And you look at governments around the world and these health professionals that are running the response, and they fulfill every criteria of a psychopath. And so one of the traits of a psychopath is that you will lie as much as is necessary to get what you want. You have no compulsion about lying. The question is, do the lies get me what I want? Okay, well, that's not a problem then. So they announced, you remember, in September through this, see above, Naheem Zahawi, who was then vaccine minister. He is tragically education secretary now. That they were going to introduce vaccine passports at the end of September. And he announced it in the House of Commons, so it was official. And about 2 days later, the government went back on that. And they said, we're not. But we do have a plan B just in case. Now, of course, the bloody liars, the plan B is plan A. It's masks and it's a vaccine passports and all this stuff. But what they've done when they announce this, because of course you well know, what they do is they'll announce something, actually usually not openly like that. They'll usually announce it through the media, sources say, and they're watching the reaction, see if they could get away with it. And if they don't think they can get away with it, and they've done sources say leaks, then they say, oh, no, we were never going to do that. Or the classic line, there are no plans to do that at this time. So they'd made a decision after that Zahawi announcement. They didn't think they were going to get away with this without one hell of a fight at the end of September. So they went back on it. But what they did is said, we've got a plan B. They just put it on the government website what that plan B is. And it's vaccine passports. It's all of it. Vaccine passports are being globally centrally coordinated. That's why Israel has them and all these other people have them. All these other countries have them. But there's more pushback in Britain. It's more difficult for them here than in many countries. So they know this, that a lot of people are going to die through this winter and onwards. It's all a psychological operation. And so many people have fallen for it. And some of us haven't. And some of us are not going to cooperate under any circumstances. And you can't intimidate us into doing so. People say, oh, yeah, of course, because that's the mentality. Oh, taxation, pay for everything. Well, why are governments all over the world borrowing money from private banks? They're the bloody government. Why aren't they creating their own currency interest-free and circulating it interest-free within the population? Why aren't they creating money in this way, which is what the banks are doing, except the banks are charging interest as well, and paying for public projects? Why do they have to borrow money at interest, taxpayer interest, from private corporations and banks and other institutions to pay for these projects? Why aren't they creating their own money interest-free and paying for them that way? Because the people who control the governments are the same people that control the banks. And so laws have been passed to suit the banks. And, you look at people around the world, politicians, who have started the process of introducing interest-free money issued by the government. Abraham Lincoln, the greenbacks, bang. President Kennedy, the silver certificates, bang. The worst nightmare of the banking system is interest-free money, because that takes their power away at source and their control away at source. So the money system, money should be there to serve the interests of the population, to overcome the limitations of barter. That's the great benefit and use of money. So there is a conduit that means I don't have to paint your house if you'll come and do this to mine, barter. But that there is a conduit that allows me to give energy to you and you to give energy for me for my contribution to you and your contribution to me. That's the benefit of money. Once you start charging interest on it, then money's reason for being disappears and becomes a tool of control and a tool of power. So you have this situation through the money system where you have, because of it, people with skills here, people that want those skills here, but those skills cannot be used for these people who want them because the money system stops that happening. It locks people away. It locks skills away. It locks potential away. Because if you don't got the money, you can't express that potential. And what's happened, in some areas of the world, I've written about this in books long ago, is when there's been a real economic disaster, they have created a system in a community whereby they have credits. And if, because there's no money for skills to be used for people that want the skills. So how do you get across that? And what these community systems have done is basically had someone centrally running the computer. And then someone wants their house painted. So their house is painted and credits go on the painter's account. And the person who's had their house painted now has credits they have to contribute to the community for that, which relate to their skill and what they can contribute to the community. And what these systems have done is overcome the limitations of the financial system. There's no money to pay anybody, and it's basically a middle ground between straight out barter and money. And it's overcome in many instances this locking away of skills which cannot be used because there's not the money to pay for them. And it's again, we come back to how we started out. If you can control the money system, who has it and who doesn't, you completely control everything. You control choice, you control potential, you control possibility. And that's why this cult controls the money system. Indeed, if you go back historically, created it in the form that it is today. Brought in the money system to what it is today. It's founded on creating money out of nothing called credit and charging interest on it. By design, not accident. There is never at any point enough units of exchange, money in whatever form it takes, in circulation to pay back all the principal on the debt outstanding and all the interest on the debt outstanding. So absolutely included in the way it's structured is that people are going to lose their homes, they're going to lose their businesses because there's not enough money in circulation to pay back all the debt and all the interest on the debt. Now, when you have an expansion of the money supply and you have what we call a boom, what that means is, of course, that there's lots of money, theoretical, etc., in circulation. So there's more to spend on things. So companies need to make more things and provide more services because of the demand. And with that expansion, you can hide in the Peter pays Paul method the fact that there's not enough money in circulation to pay back all the interest on the debt and all the principal. But when, and this is done systematically by that which is behind the banking system, they start withdrawing money from circulation, like in 2008, the credit crunch. They just stopped giving out loans of money that only existed in theory, called credit crunch. People couldn't service their debt. They couldn't pay back their bills. And thus it becomes painfully obvious in a recession, in a downturn, that there's not enough money in circulation to pay back all the interest and all the principal on the debt. And so this is a process that's gone on since this form of banking started, where you expand the economy. And what happens in that time, people take out more loans. They get more confident. They maybe expand their business because of demand. They maybe buy a bigger house. They maybe have 2 holidays a year instead of 1, and so on. These are the good times. But what's happening there from the banking system point of view, the whole, is the fishing line is going out. And then they start taking money out of circulation. So there's not enough, as there was before, to buy the things that generated the boom, that generated the need to loan more money to meet the demand of the boom. And the fishing line then goes back in. And what's happening is in this process all the way through is that there has been a constant exchange through this boom-bust cycle of real wealth in exchange for fresh air money called credit. And this is a massive, massive foundation reason why we talk today about the 1%, when you have literally a handful of people who have equivalent wealth to the poorest half of the global population. And it's not based on reality. It's based on this manipulating of the money system. Deeply insane people from a consciousness point of view but intellectually bright enough to understand how the human psyche works and how you can manipulate it. Because when there's a few of you and you want to control billions, you have to do it by manipulating the perceptions of the billions so they act and respond in ways that suit your agenda. You can't, what they want to go to this next stage through connecting the human brain to artificial intelligence, which they're openly talking about. But up to this point, they simply don't have the numbers to impose their will upon the population, because not enough of them, even taking into account the law enforcement and the government administration and all this stuff, there's still only a fraction of them compared with the population they want to control and dictate to. So the way they do it, and the COVID era is a classic example of it, is they manipulate the perceptions of the people so they act in ways that suit the agenda. So they're psychopaths, so they act like psychopaths. And in terms of who they are, well, that's a very long story. But I have taken this back to at least to ancient Babylon and Sumer, and you can go back further and into other parts of the world as well. But you can follow a network which you can follow it out of Babylon, you can follow it out of Egypt too, and into Rome, where they became the Roman Empire ultimately. Wherever this network has gone through history, an empire has followed, because that's what they are. They're acquisitive. They wanted global power, and they went in stages expanding that global power. So this cult has intergenerational families which continue on through the generations. So one era, people die, but the next generation comes in to take over, and it's a long plan to get where they pretty much are now, which is global centralization of power. So we had the Roman Empire, of course, and then this center of this cult moved up into Northern Europe, and massively centered in London. And what we call the City of London is the financial district, which has its own police force, its own government, etc., is a massive global center to this day of this cult, which, of course, as we've discussed already, uses control of finance and money to dictate the choice, thus the freedom or lack of it, of the population. And when they settled their center in Britain, what do we have then? We had the British Empire, and we had these other European empires as well. And what that period of colonialism was this cult going global. And they went off, and what did they say about the British Empire? The sun never set on it. It was so vast, but you had all the other European empires as well: the French, the Belgian, the German, etc., the Dutch, and you're pretty much spanning the world in terms of colonialism. And then we had this massive sleight of hand when it appeared that the colonial powers were rolling back and giving freedom to their former colonies. But that's not what happened. They exchanged overt, in-your-face dictatorship, which overwhelmingly has a finite life. It may take a long time, but it has a finite life because the people under control can see their controllers. The exchange that took place with the apparent colonial rollback went from overt control to covert control. And they left out in these former colonies this secret society network and the families that run it in each country, because this global cult is like it's like a holographic web. One of the great traits of holograms is that every part of the hologram is a smaller part of the whole. And this is how this cult works. It's holographic. You have a global network, and then you have subsidiary networks in each country. And those subsidiary networks have the role of imposing in their sphere of influence the agenda dictated from the center. And that's how you get this situation, as we've seen with the COVID era, of pretty much the same response, identical in so many cases, response to the same situation. And so in each country, these subsidiary networks have the role of controlling that country's government, any political party that has a chance of forming a government, and a lot of the rest as well. Controlling finance, crucial, the banking system, the financial system in that country, which is why the City of London is so important in terms of Britain. Controlling the major corporations, controlling the health pyramid. And so the various subsidiaries in these different countries are running the banking system in those countries in accordance with the centrally dictated agenda. And so you have organizations like the Bank for International Settlements in Basel, Switzerland, which was created by these families, the Rockefellers, etc., where the heads of the various central banks meet regularly to coordinate policy. And it's all centrally dictated, but you've got these subsidiaries playing it out in each country. And so then you had the further expansion of this cult's power through what is called globalization. Globalization is what? The centralization of power in every area of our lives. Globalization, we gave it a name eventually, is simply the ongoing centralization of power in the banking system and these other areas of human life that this cult is generating, because it's a simple equation. If the few want more and more control over the many, they have to centralize decision making. If you look at the history of this period I'm talking about, first of all, people were in a tribal situation where the people in the tribe were making the decisions for the tribe. Then lots of the tribes were brought together under what we call nations. Now a few people at the center of the nation are dictating to all that group of tribes that form the nation. And then in the European Union, of course, there's this bringing together of countries under centralized control. Now all the former tribes of all the former nations are now dictated from Brussels by people who are simply unelected. And although Britain is supposed to have left the European Union, it's still welded to so much of its dictating of the way things operate. And so the next stage, which is where it's been heading all along, I've been writing about this for 30 years, is to create a world government, a world central bank, which will dictate all global finance, a world currency. I've been writing about this, mate, since 1992, 93.
The New World Order works off problem, reaction, solution, and then also the Hegelian dialectic. Now we have the eviction moratorium, and the Democrats want to get the CDC to extend it after the courts say the CDC shouldn't have done it in the first place. Now we know eventually the moratorium will end. We know eventually this free money will end. We know that we're waiting for the reaction from the people begging the government for a solution, and we know what that solution is. Cryptocurrencies, that is correct. They want everything tracked, your privacy out the window, and then plus tell you what, when, and where to buy. Because we know when it comes to the New World Order, it's all planned out. You have a wonderful day.
Throughout most of the pandemic, the federal government has been able to prevent many evictions for people who are behind on their rent. That's due in large part to a moratorium or ban imposed by the Centers for Disease Control and tied to public health concerns. But the Supreme Court has said that the moratorium must expire unless Congress passes new legislation. It ends this weekend. As John Yang tells us, there's great concern about what could happen next to millions of people.
Judy, according to the most recent census data, more than 6 million Americans are behind on their rent, and nearly 1 million say eviction is very likely for them in the next 2 months.
The moratorium for eviction is a COVID initiative related to the intensity of the issue. And for $46 billion was allocated both in the year-end omnibus last December as well as in the rescue package. $46 billion. This money has largely gone out to the states and local governments to implement and to give to the renters so they can pay the rent, which helps the landlords, of course, too. And the fact is that almost $50 billion was allocated, $46 billion. Less than 10% of that has been spent. Around $3 billion is reported to me, but let's say it would be 10%. Why should the renters be punished for the fact that the system did not put money in their pockets to pay the rent to the landlords? So that's where we come to this. It's like, well, CDC, you have defined this, and these people have not gotten the money. So this is, I think this is something that we'll work out. It isn't about any more money. The money is there, resting in localities and governor's offices across the country. So we would like the CDC to expand the moratorium. That's where it can be done. And then, and of course, with the public message of governors, mayors, et cetera, give the money for its purpose to the renters. So this is to me, a very an imperative that it be done, and that, as I say, timing is not everything on this, except that the moratorium ends. But again, if they know that the money will be released, then we'll go there. There are all kinds of talk among lawyers who thought this and that in the executive branch. I don't know. I don't want to be critical of what they have because they just made the statement yesterday. But we are we're not going away from this issue, whether it's now or shortly thereafter. It is, I mean, have you ever seen an eviction? Sometimes even the law enforcement people go into these apartments are crying because they know they're going to do something that's going to put babies' cribs out on the street, personal belongings out on the street. It happens like that. Passers-by can even take that stuff. These people have been evicted, now have to find another place to live, to take this stuff that's now been on the street. It is the most heart-wrenching and so in defiance of everything that we say we are about in the Gospel of Matthew. When I needed shelter, you gave it to me. That the words of the Lord. So I think that this is something that fairness and justice has to be done. Will ensure that it does. That say we are about in the Gospel of Matthew. When I needed shelter, you gave it to me. That the words of the Lord. So that we say we are about in the Gospel of Matthew. When I needed shelter, you gave it to me. That the words of the Lord.